It is a privilege to welcome you all to the inauguration function of the 5-day GIAN program on eco-hydrological modeling organized by the Department of Civil Engineering, NIT Warangal. I now request our esteemed dignitaries to come to the dais, starting with Professor Bidyadhar Subudhi, Director, NIT Warangal. Sir, please come to the dais. Professor S. Srinivas Rao, Dean International Relations and Alumni Affairs, Professor K. Venkat Reddy, Head of the Department Civil Engineering, Professor Indrajit Chaubey, Expert Faculty for this course, Dr. Vamshi Krishna, Course Coordinator. To begin this event, I request everyone to rise for the national song.
Vande Mataram, Vande Mataram, Sujalam Sukhalam, Malayaj Sheetalam, Sasya Shyamalam Mataram, Vande Mataram, Shubhrajyosna Pulakitayamini, Pullakusumita Drumadala Shobhini, Suhasini Sumadhura Bhashini, Sukhadam Varadam Mataram, Vande Mataram, Vande Mataram.
Thank you. Please be seated. I now request our esteemed dignitaries to come forward for the ceremonial lamp lighting, symbolizing knowledge and enlightenment. Requesting Vaishnavi and Nirjakshi to help with the lamp lighting. Thank you, everyone. Now, let us proceed with the addresses by our esteemed dignitaries. I request the course coordinator, Dr. Vamshi Krishna, to give an overview of the GIAN course.
Thank you, Ashi. Good morning to the respected dignitaries on the dais, Professor Subudhi, Director NIT Warangal, Professor Chaubey, Dean University of Connecticut and expert faculty for this course, Professor Srinivas Rao, Dean International Relations and Alumni Affairs, Professor Venkat Reddy, Head of the Department of Civil Engineering, esteemed faculty colleagues, and to all participants. I welcome you all to NIT Warangal for the 5-day GIAN course on the eco-hydrological modeling. Sorry. So this course integrates the integration of ecological and hydrological processes to study the interactions between water, vegetation, and soil systems. This course is especially useful in the context of climate change and landscape transformations to understand the complex interrelationships between water cycle and the ecosystems, which is essential for us to achieve United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. As a nation, India faces the dual challenges of water and food security, which are interrelated, and we have traditionally used a systems-based approach to solve these issues of enhancing the water availability or food productivity individually. But we have also realized that there is a need for integrated solutions that account for the interplay between water, vegetation, and soil. So in this line, Government of India has initiated programs such as Namami Gange and Ganga River Basin Management Plan to reflect this paradigm shift. So it is worth mentioning that the Government of India has also extended this program to other river basins, and NIT Warangal is proud to be associated or to be served as a nodal agency for the Krishna River Management Plan. This course explores the fundamental and principles of hydrology, ecosystem dynamics, their coupling through modeling approaches, and the key topics include hydrological cycle, evapotranspiration, soil moisture dynamics, plant water interactions, nutrient transport, and the impacts of climate change. A significant component of the course is the hands-on on SWAT, a leading eco-hydrological modeling tool. And by the end of this course, participants will be equipped to simulate and analyze eco-hydrological systems, empowering them to contribute to research and sustainable resource management. Once again, I warmly welcome you all for this 5-day GIAN course and wish you a fruitful and enriching experience over the next 5 days. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your insights. May I now invite our head of the department, Professor K. Venkat Reddy, to give an overview of the Department of Civil Engineering.
Respected Chief Guest Professor Indrajit Chobe, University of Connecticut, our beloved Director Professor Bidadhar Subudhi, our Dean IRA Professor Srinivas Rao sir, Coordinator of the program Professor Vamsi Krishna, and all the other colleague faculties and all the participants from different places. So warm welcome and good morning to all of you. So the Department of Civil Engineering at the National Institute of Technology, Warangal, is one of the oldest and most prestigious civil engineering department in India, which is established in 1959. The department offers comprehensive academic programs including BTech in civil engineering, MTech in specialized fields such as structural engineering, transportation engineering, geotechnical engineering, environmental engineering, water resource engineering, construction technology, planning and management, geoinformatics, including we have a robust PhD program. Supported by highly experienced faculty, the department emphasizes both fundamental and advanced aspects of civil engineering. The state-of-art laboratories, including those for structural analysis, geotechnical studies, environmental engineering, fluid mechanics, and transportation-related systems, GIS-based computational modeling, and which have the cutting-edge research and practical learning experiences for all our student community. The civil engineering department, apart from teaching and R&D, also enormous amount of consultancy, which adds to the internal revenue for the department and the institute. So there are 6 centers of excellence in the department, and most of laboratories have state-of-art equipment. The faculty of the department are actively involved in sponsored projects and have prestigious projects like Spark projects. We are 4 projects which are running Spark projects. We have BRICS, Imprint, DST, SERB, DBT, ARDB, to name a few. The department takes a pride in having conducted highest number of GIAN programs. This is one, and then we have some more programs in coming days. The civil engineering department has MOUs with highly reputed organizations, NAC, NCCBM, Walmatari, SCCL, Inventa, PSI, among others, and has a collaboration with several foreign universities and companies such as Texas A&M, NCAR, Colorado, PTV Group, Germany. So to name a few of these things. At the outset, I congratulate all the Professor Vamsi Krishna for conceiving this program and finally bring it to the action, this particular program. Same time, I wish all the participants to have a active learning throughout this program and have a present stay in the campus. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now, I request our Honorable Director, Professor Bidyadhar Subudhi, to address the gathering.
A very good morning to each one of you, and I join with the Department of Civil Engineering, in particular Professor Bhamshi Krishna and the head, to welcome our distinguished professor from University of Connecticut, Professor Indrajit Chobe. So welcome you, sir, to our campus. And I'm quite glad that so many participants with very enthusiastic expectation are attending this GIAN course. Of course, those of you know GIAN means knowledge. Although the meaning GIAN is in a abbreviated form, but it is a quite right environment where dissemination of the knowledge is more desirable. And yesterday I had a quick chat with Professor Chove, and I am glad that he has spent his time and his enthusiasm to come to us, to this campus, and I believe that he will be delivering lectures for the benefit of the participants, and truly happy that you will be enjoying the sessions delivered by Professor Chobe. And the real purpose of having an international faculty, that to have academic and cultural change, to get something what is happening there and what to do more in our institute. And those delegates or the participants from different parts of the country, for you this is the oldest NIT of the country, having a legacy in terms of imparting quality education and R&D. And in the recent past we made a visible progress in R&D, quite a large number of upcoming areas. And as Professor Krishna has already mentioned, that the government of India has identified 4 rivers, and one of them is Krishna, and then Mahanadi, Periyar. So a lot of these 5 rivers were identified, and their management and then the data are to be disseminated. And therefore government has, Ministry of Jal Shakti has awarded a big project to us. Our Department of Civil Engineering is very proactive in this, and I believe today the entire team is in Delhi, and we have been granted a project for 10 years, and Professor Uma Mohesh is the lead of the team. And those of you who are interested to collaborate with this endeavor, you are referred to connect with Professor Uma Mohesh and his team. And of course our civil engineering department is a very big department, where close to 55 faculty members are there, and around 7 MTech programs. So therefore lot of opportunities for young, because I believe most of you are very young, not all of you are very young, and there are different diversified areas of interest. Some of you may look for a PhD program if you have not done a PhD. Some of you have done a PhD, you can think a collaboration for some research. Some of you have done the research or maybe a collaborative work earlier. Still there is no end to it. And those of you who are young faculty members, still you can choose to join here in Warangal, or can connect with our faculty to take it further. And I am no way connected with any water, anything, energy, like hydrology, so therefore I will not touch upon all those. But only thing I can say, the modeling part is very important. Modeling is very important aspect, because in the real sense, the modeling is primarily important for analysis. And if it is a electrical engineering or chemical engineering, maybe control or some design is also done with the models. So I believe that this course will give a lot of new directions, new enthusiasm in the upcoming or the very state of the art technologies in this hydrology. And your stay here, I believe a week stay, I would believe that there should be very much enriching in terms of utilizing all your time in the class like a student that they do during the BTech, because it is very difficult to sit for 1 hour, I know that, but have more cup of tea, maybe double the cups or whatever, so that you should not feel sleepy in the session, so that you can disseminate more. And the other thing is that at the end of the program, I believe there is a test, because the test is not only, because any test cannot be considered as a kind of just like based on examination you get a BTech degree or something, not like that. Test basically is needed to know the coverage of the program, the kind of expectation, the kind of coverage in terms of what are the possible ways one should harness the, or one should know about the course, that you will get an opportunity through that kind of test. And not only you should have interact with the department or the coordinators or the faculty who will be teaching, but also I would suggest that you please go around the department, go to the labs, discuss with people, so that it will be truly meaningful. Because I remember when I was at your stage, when I was moving from one place to other to attend such courses, I utilized the time very fruitfully, because those are the days or those are the opportunities you can plan your future trajectory in some way or other. For example, you can catch hold of a professor who is doing something fascinating. So tomorrow after you go back, you can correspond and you can take it further for your collaboration. And please remember, any collaboration will definitely bring some new avenues of progress. And therefore, I would suggest that you not only attend this program, but also spend some time in the department labs and interact with people and try to find a research opportunity. And more of, not only in Warangal, but also with Professor Chobe as well, because he is a really very accomplished scientist and professor. So engagement of Professor Chobe in this GAN is really very meaningful to us and meaningful to you. And I wish that this course should be very much beneficial to you, to us, and to many others. But please do not forget, I would expect that you should give a feedback, how best this course could be improved in future. So never ever think that feedback means only positive feedback. All are good, coordinator good, course good, food good, everything good, not required. Actually, a constructive comment by which the improvement can happen. So therefore, feedback is an essential. I believe the coordinators might have included a feedback component in it. And I must thank once again the coordinator, Professor Krishna, and the department for getting successful and organizing this course. Very, heartening to learn this and to be part of it today in the inauguration. And I wish all of you a great success in this course participation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your encouraging words. Next, I request Dean IRAA, Professor S. Srinivas Rao, to share his thoughts.
Good morning and welcome to all. So, respected Director Professor Vidyadhar Subodhi and foreign faculty for this 5-day GIAN course, Indrajit Chaube, and coordinator of this 5-day program, Vamsi Krishna, and head of the department K. Venkat Reddy, and faculty of Department of Civil Engineering, and dear participants came from different parts of the country for attending this 5-day GIAN course. So So NIT Warangal, is a part of many of the international consortiums and agencies along with implementing Government of India schemes. This is GIAN is initiated by Government of India in 2015. So Institute has successfully participated and conducted many courses in GIAN phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 successfully, and now phase 4 program is going on. These courses are supposed to be conducted by July 31st, all the courses. In this GIAN phase 4, we got 21 courses. 2 courses were successfully conducted, and this is the 3rd course of this phase 4 program. And out of all these phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 and phase 4, many courses, highest number of courses were sanctioned to Department of Civil Engineering. So it has maintained from the inception. It is maintaining in all aspects at a highest position in the institution, along with these courses or research and consultancy projects, and involving in preparation of plans required for the Government of India and state governments for enhancement of civil engineering related things. So it shows that faculty of Department of Civil Engineering are working hard for the benefit of the society as a whole. So along with this GIAN scheme, we are also associated with so many international consortiums, that is UK India Education Research Initiative and Heritage, BRICS, DAD, METAS. These consortiums also we are actively involved for faculty exchange programs and student exchange programs and research collaborations. And we are working under the dynamic leadership of our beloved director Vidyadhar Subodhi, and in the recent past these research activities and international collaborative activities were increased a lot. All this credit goes to our director. He is behind us. He is a motivating force. Always he is encouraging us to make the institute visibility to an international level. So institute is working hard to make the reputation of the NIT Warangal at an international level. So as a participants of all this 5-day program, it is a pleasure, and we are very much happy that the course was prepared and submitted to Government of India, and it was approved. All this credit goes to international faculty, because of his commitment and his continuous coordination with our faculty. Then only this thing has happened and Government of India has approved. As our directors are told, modeling is very much important for understanding well in advance about the system, how it works, whether it is a civil engineering or electrical engineering or mechanical or anything. So these modeling aspects will be discussed in this course thoroughly. All of you may be getting very much benefited by physically interacting with this foreign expert for different type of professional activities, for any research guidance or any clarifications regarding your subject area. So he is with us for all these 5 days. His presence at NIT Warangal definitely makes a lot of significance for our department, faculty, research scholars, as well as participants who came from different parts of the country. As an initiative of this GIAN program, in 4th phase, Government of India has made little bit changes compared to previous 3 programs. Now these courses, GIAN 4 phase 4 course, all courses are webcasted, and they are also getting recorded. Along with you, many people are getting exposed to these subjects, but you have an advantage that physically you are coming here and interacting with the foreign faculty. So you will be getting more benefit compared to the participants who are attending through the webcast. So I wish all the best to all the participants. Definitely it will make a lot of significance after this 5-day course for enhancing your knowledge. Thank you one and all.
Thank you, sir. Now, before we invite our foreign faculty, let me take a moment to introduce our expert, Professor Indrajit Chaube, a distinct scholar and a renowned leader who has made significant contributions to education, research, and community outreach in the fields of agriculture and natural resources. Professor Indrajit is the Dean of the College of Agriculture, Health, and Natural Resources at University of Connecticut, US. He also serves as the director of Connecticut Cooperative Extension System and Storrs Agricultural Experiment Station. Under his leadership, the institute has achieved extraordinary growth and impact. Professor Indrajit has driven innovative initiatives that significantly boosted the research funding of the college over $41 million per year and expanded academic programs to address the key demands. Professor Indrajit is also an internationally acclaimed scholar with over 500 research publications. He is widely recognized for his expertise in watershed modeling, eco-hydrology, non-point source pollution, and water quality. He has successfully led 55 research projects worth over $40 million and has mentored 31 graduate students. He has been honored with John Deere Gold Medal and several other prestigious awards. He is also a fellow of the leading organizations like American Society of Agricultural and Biological Engineers and National Academy of Agricultural Sciences India. With this brief introduction, let's welcome Professor Indrajit Chaube to share his ideas with the audience.
Good morning, and thank you, Asi, for such a kind introduction. I'm really delighted to be here on beautiful campus of NIT Warangal, and Professor Subudhi, Professor Rao, Professor Reddy, thank you for a warm welcome and warm hospitality. This is my first time here. Your name recognition precedes everything that you talked about. And when Professor Vamsi Krishna reached out to me about writing this proposal, I was so delighted with the prospect of coming here and spending 5 days with all of you. This eco-hydrological modeling is very close to my heart because it brings the two disciplines together, the discipline of ecology and discipline of hydrology, in a unique way to address some very complex challenges that we are facing today, not just in India, but globally. It goes to the core of some of the sustainable development goals of United Nations and provides a unique skill set that you can utilize to develop solutions towards sustainable landscapes for today and for future. And I guarantee you that in 5 days, once the course is over, you will leave with a better appreciation of why do we need to think about some of these problems and the solutions in an interdisciplinary manner. These problems have become so complex that any one discipline alone cannot solve them. And if we try to do that, those solutions may work for a while, but over a long term, those solutions would not be sustainable. And so truly, eco-hydrological approach gives us a way to look at solutions to some of these environmental sustainability issues in a sustainable way, in a way that it's going to work today and tomorrow for our generation and for next generation. So I congratulate you all for enrolling in this workshop, and I look forward to our interactions over the next 5-day period. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your remarks. Next, I request Dr. Vamshi to present a vote of thanks.
Thank you, Ashi. So at the outset, I extend my sincere gratitude to the GIAN program and the Ministry of Education for approving and funding this course. I would like to thank our respected director, Professor Subudhi, and for his unwavering support and encouragement, which have been instrumental in organizing this course. My thanks also go to the Institute administration, especially Professor Srinivas Rao, Dean Ira and his team, as well as Professor Sonawane, Dean R&D, and the SIC cell for providing necessary resources and facilitating seamless procedures. I am deeply grateful to the Professor Venkat Reddy, head of the Department of Civil Engineering, and my faculty colleagues at Department of Civil Engineering for their constant support and motivation throughout this endeavor. My heartfelt appreciation goes to Professor Chaube for his readiness to conduct this course. And despite his busy schedule, he worked closely with us for the last 4 months, meeting weekly to meticulously plan the delivery of this course. I also extend my special thanks to Ashi for her tireless efforts during the planning of this course and for preparing the lecture notes, which have been invaluable. I'm equally grateful to my research group for their unwavering support, without which organizing such course would have been a far more challenging task than what it is. Finally, to all participants, your presence and enthusiasm are what make this course any meaningful. And we look forward for your active participation in the sessions and hope this course enriches you with knowledge and perspective. Thank you once again.
Thank you, sir. Now, as we conclude this inaugural program, I request everyone to please rise for the national anthem.
जनगणमन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you, everyone. So, we wish everyone a very productive experience ahead and a comfortable stay at NIT Warangal. As per the schedule, we'll have our first session by Professor Indrajit, which will be followed by a high tea. So, we'll be starting in few minutes.
Okay. Good morning, and now the real part begins, right? Why you're all here? So give me a quick show of hands. How many of you have had any course in ecology? Okay. How many of you have had any course in hydrology? Almost all of you. That's great. And how many of you had like done any research, any reading about ecohydrology? What is ecohydrology? So one of you. Okay, great. So things that we are going to be presenting is going to be really new to you, and that will make your experience much more meaningful. So what I am expecting, and you will see this for every lecture we have got, is what is the learning out objective. You know, at the end of the course, what is it I am hoping for you to get? And I'm hoping that at the end of this lecture, you will have a conceptual understanding of ecology hydrological cycle. You would understand the interlinkages between ecological and hydrological processes and how they work together. And you will be able to assess or evaluate the role of anthropogenic activities in alteration of ecosystems and in alteration of hydrological cycles. So this is what I am hoping to get by end of lecture today. And so let's start with a quick video. This is a trip I took about 4 years ago to Peru in South America. And I was there working with one of the universities there, trying to help set up and improve their research infrastructure on ecology, hydrology, ecosystem management, environmental engineering, etc. And we were driving from the university to one of the research centers, and I took that video thinking about where is ecology and where is hydrology here. And the green spaces that you see in that part of the country is in a narrow band along the river that flows through Andes Desert in Peru. And rest of the landscape, it's devoid of any vegetation. And that is, so this is what I'm talking about. This is the part in Peru that we were, Sierra Desert that we were driving through. And you contrast that with what you see in Amazon rainforest within the same country. The rainfall here is less than 1 inch per year, less than 25 millimeters. Whereas rainfall here in green part in Amazon forest is more like 300 inches per year. And you see the difference. Rainfall and hydrology in turn makes to the ecosystem in the landscape. But it's not one-way interaction. There is a lot more rainfall in Amazon rainforest because of the ecology, because of the vegetation that exists there, and because of the active feedback that happens between ecology and hydrology. And that's one of the learning objectives I hope to have with you as we move forward. And so when we talk about ecohydrology, it is an interaction of ecology and hydrology, and how do they work together to shape the landscape, as you saw in the video, and as you can contrast that with Amazon rainforest in the same country, just a difference of a few kilometers. So we're going to be focusing on just a few key concepts in ecology today, and how we study the relationships among living organisms and their environment. And these environments include both biotic factors as well as abiotic factors. Abiotic factors such as the temperature, such as living conditions, and biotic factors include their relationship with other organisms. Then ecohydrology includes those concepts in looking at ecosystem assessment, how the hydrology is affecting ecology and how ecology is affecting hydrology, because it is a very much two-way process. And then it focuses on how water availability and movement impacts ecosystems, and how ecosystems in turn influence hydrologic cycle. So I will go quickly through some of the key terms so that you are familiar with those. Starting from what is ecology to ecosystems, you may have heard all these terms, but I want to remind you about what do they mean, because we will be using those terms a lot throughout next 5-day period. And as you get into the modeling part and start hands-on simulations, you will be able to come back and relate to some of these concepts. What are the biotic and abiotic factors? What is the food chain and what is the food web? Biodiversity, what is niche? Population ecology, community ecology, what is the carrying capacity for any ecosystem? What is ecological succession? Some of these terms I want to talk about. And so we talked about ecology, and it is a study of how organisms, from single cell organisms to very, very complex organisms such as humans, interact with each other and with their environment. Ecosystem looks at the community level, community of living organisms where there are multiple organisms present and they are interacting with each other and their non-living environment such as temperature and water availability, etc. These environments consist of both biotic and abiotic factors. Biotic factors are living parts of an ecosystem, such as the food that we consume and our relationship with food production, as well as abiotic factors that are non-living and such as hydrology and different components of hydrology. Food chain and food web determines what happens in an ecosystem, right, and what kind of food is available and how that moves through different trophic levels. So food chain is a sequence of organisms where each one is consumed by an organism of higher order. And so, for example, plankton, the algae growing in the bottom of a stream is taken up by bugs, but which is taken up by fish, and it moves up the food chain in a very successive way. And food web is a complex network of interconnected food chains that allow how energy and nutrients move through an ecosystem. Biodiversity refers to the variety of life in a particular ecosystem, and it is very important. We will talk about that. On an earth, on the earth, including species, genetic differences among those organisms and ecosystems, right? So it's very important that any environment that we live or we create or we work with, there is a good bit of biodiversity, because that what moves the energy through the system, and it moves the energy efficiently through the system. Niche. What is a niche? Niche is it plays a very specific role or a function of an organism within an ecosystem, including how it gets its food, how it interacts with other organisms, and how it contributes to the flow of energy and nutrients. So can someone think about an example of a niche in an ecosystem by any organism? Trees. So tell me more. Photosynthesis that takes the carbon from atmosphere through, yeah. So that's a very good example. Other good example is along those ways, woodpeckers, right? These birds that peck on the trees, and it's an example of a niche. What does that do? It's trying to find the bugs that live inside the bark. And so it takes those bugs and eat those bugs. In that way, the tree is healthier because it is not invaded or it is not infested by bugs that might inversely impact the health of the tree. And as it is pecking, it creates a small hole where other small birds can come and live and lay their eggs, and their offsprings come out. So that's an example of a niche where a woodpecker is living with a tree, taking out the bug that is helpful to the woodpecker, is harmful to the tree, and in the turn creating an ecosystem where other birds can come and thrive. And so looking at the niche in the ecosystem is very important, because all these things are interrelated. Population ecology. In population ecology, we study how populations of species grow, shrink, and interact with their environment. It could be population of trees in a forested area, or population of any particular animals in an ecosystem. And then the community ecology, looking at interaction among species. The example that I gave you, how a bird is interacting with a tree, which is, how that is interacting with insects. And that interaction is very important. In last 10 years or so, because of the climate change, there is an insect called emerald ash borer moving through USA. And emerald ash borer is not native to the US, it came from Asia. And so it has no natural predator in the ecosystem. And once it gets underneath the bark of a tree, it can cut through and the tree becomes dead. As a result, literally millions and millions of trees have died because of imbalance in community ecology. When I was at Purdue, I had two beautiful ash trees in my front yard. Both were more than 50 years old. And both of them, I watched it die slowly because of the emerald ash borer. And it was a daily reminder to me how an imbalance in community ecology can affect us personally when you don't think about it often. Carrying capacity is something that a maximum number of individuals or a species can sustain in an environment that is based on available resources like food, like water, or like shelter. And then ecological succession, what you see in this picture is how a process by which the structure of a biological community evolves over time. So if there is a wetland, for example, and the wetland will have the wetland plants such as the reed grass, and if the wetland goes dry, then over time reed grass will die, and it will be taken over by small plants and shrubs, and then over several decades it will be taken over by large trees, and then you go back and you see no traces of wetland that might have existed there at any point. And that's what ecological succession deals with. So ecology by nature is very, very interdisciplinary, and it interacts with these different fields of study such as geology and atmospheric sciences, because much of input comes through that, looking at hydrology because it brings water, genetics of different organisms, physiology, biochemistry, and behavior. So understanding those interactions and understanding those linkages are very important. Such as environmental chemistry and physics, because they delve into chemical processes within an ecosystems, including nutrient cycles and pollution. Wetlands work very differently than small rivers and streams, because wetlands are mostly anaerobic in the process, whereas streams are mostly aerobic. And the processes that are happening, and because of those differences in processes, the chemistry that takes place is very, very different. Social sciences, how we interact with our environment impacts what happens to the ecology, and it impacts how we manage our landscapes. And then environmental economics, where we put the value on environmental benefits that we are getting, and we will talk a lot as we go through the workshop. We will talk a lot about ecosystem services and how do we quantify those, how do we value those. So here is an example of human activities that may affect what happens in the ecosystem. In the beginning, the hunting and gathering may have resulted into some of the species going extinct, and there have been many, many species that have gone extinct. It's happening even now that lots of species are becoming totally extinct because of the human activities. Agriculture, which is part of our existence, and we need it because we need food, resulted into a green revolution, and green revolution made the world food secure, or most part of the world food secure, but it also resulted into many environmental challenges. It provided us enough food, but because there was a need to increase the agricultural production substantially, the use of pesticides and fertilizers increased quite a bit, and the nature of agriculture shifted to monoculture, one particular crop, right? So there are fields that just grow rice, there are fields that just grow wheat, and that has resulted into significant ecological degradation in the system, in the environment. Then population growth and industrial growth that has happened has certainly improved our standard of living, but at the same time it has increased pollution. Last year, not last year, it was still this year, in January, I visited India, and I wanted to go to my hometown, Prayagraj, in January, and I could not reach there. Every flight going to Prayagraj was cancelled. Most trains that were going were cancelled because of the smog, and the flight that was reaching to Delhi was delayed so much that even if I tried, I could not have got my train to reach from Delhi to Prayagraj. And that's an extreme example of pollution that happens, but it's something that we live on a daily basis. And so that's the cost of improving the quality of life. And when you go and if you visit those kind of places, I've been to Delhi, I've been to Beijing, China, many times. First time when I went there and I went for a run, I like running, and I thought that I was getting sick. I was not getting sick. It was the air that I was breathing that was making me feel like I was getting sick. So continuing with anthropogenic processes, pollution from industrial and agricultural sources have led to significant contamination or pollution to water, air, and soil that is impacting ecosystem health. Agricultural activities such as over-dependence on fertilizers in food production induces excess nutrients. We are applying a lot more fertilizer because we need to produce the food that is needed. And it leads to issues like eutrophication in water bodies. How many of you have heard about that term, eutrophication? What is eutrophication? Tell me. What is eutrophication? You don't need to stand up. And when I ask a question, please don't stand up. Just so excess amount of nitrogen and sulfur in lakes. Okay, so that's what causes eutrophication. But that itself, growth of algae, which is really the eutrophication, right? So when there is excess nutrients in fresh water bodies or excess nutrients in salt water bodies, it results into excess growth of algae. That itself is not a problem. What is a problem is because algae is a living organism. It does primarily two things. In the daytime, it is photosynthesizing, and that's how algae grows. So as a part of photosynthesis, it is producing oxygen, which is good for the water. You need a lot of oxygen for other organisms to survive and thrive in the water. But what happens in the night time is the problem. Because it is a living organism, it's breathing, right? through the respiration process in the night time, it gets the oxygen from the water, and oxygen content in the water goes very, very low. When the oxygen concentration is less than 2 milligram per liter, the fish will die. And that's what becomes a problem. Other problem with eutrophication is that because there is an excess algal production, and if that water body is used as a drinking water source, the last process in drinking water purification is chlorination, right? Water is supplied with chlorine because it is antimicrobial. It kills all the microbes that is there, and water that comes to your home is safe. If there is any amount of algae that is left in the water before it is chlorinated, that algae will interact with chlorine and will produce a compound called trihalogen methane, THM. And THM is carcinogenic. So it becomes very, very expensive to treat the water that is eutrophic, because you cannot afford to have any amount of algae left in the water before you mix that with the chlorine. And because of that, globally, there are many cases that drinking water supply is shut off because the municipality, because the city was not ready to handle that kind of high organic matter in the water, and therefore they could not create a safe water supply, and they could not send a safe water supply to the homes. So it's a real issue that happens. It disrupts the nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium cycles, and it is also being aggravated by climate change, which is driven by human activities, that further exacerbates these issues by altering temperature and precipitation patterns. So here is a figure of what we see. This is pre-industrial, pre-green revolution time, and if you look at the blue chart, this is around time when the green revolution came to the world, not just to India but to the world. And with the green revolution came the excess use of fertilizers, and it increased exponentially. Green revolution was needed. That's what made India food secure. And if it was not for the green revolution, I don't know how India as a country would have sustained that many people. And no one can be secure if it is food insecure. If you have to depend on somebody else to provide you food, it doesn't matter what else you do, you are not going to be secure. It is key to the national security. And so what green revolution did to India was made it a very secure nation. And it did that in other parts of the world. And if you look at the countries that are considered poor, that's where the positive impacts of green revolution has not reached there yet, or has not been fully realized. But what has it done to eutrophication? And what you see that during that time, the eutrophication of the water bodies also started to increase substantially. So can someone tell me when let's take a crop, what is the most, like, what are 2 or 3 top crops in here in Telangana? Paddies and cotton, maize. Okay, so let's take the example of maize, corn. How much nitrogen is needed for corn production? Someone? You're all engineers, right? That's why you don't know. I'm an engineer. I can make a joke. About 150 kilograms per acre. How much of that is actually utilized by the plant? Make a guess. What percentage of what you apply is actually taken up by the plant? 20 to 30%, yeah, so no more than 50%, right? So what you are doing is you are applying twice as much as what is needed. It's like you need certain amount of medicine and you take 2 pills. What happens to the second pill that our body does not synthesize? It gets back to the environment, right? That's the problem here. Nitrogen is applied way more than what is needed, and therefore the excess gets into the surface water bodies or groundwater bodies, either through the process of runoff or through the process of deep percolation. And when it gets to the groundwater, it stays there. But when it gets to the surface water, both nitrogen and phosphorus in fresh water bodies, phosphorus is the limiting nutrient. And in salt water bodies, generally speaking, nitrogen is the limiting nutrient. It means that whenever a freshwater body sees excess phosphorus, suddenly there will be an outburst of algal production in that water body. And when it gets to the ocean, too much nitrogen, and you see a lot of algal growth happening. And that's what we see here as a result of green revolution. Also, so therefore it is very important that you understand the nutrient cycles, and as you go through the SWOT modeling, you will look at different components of nutrients. You will look at how much is applied for certain land use, how much gets into the runoff, how much goes to the groundwater. You will evaluate the nutrient cycle in terrestrial and both terrestrial and aquatic environments, and how that is interacting with the ecosystem through the processes of photosynthesis, decomposition, nitrogen fixation, actively driving and regulating nutrient cycles. You will get to see those numbers. And my hope is that as we go through that, you will develop a common sense of what is happening. What is not important, what is important is understanding these processes, not so much the exact number. So if I told you that, for example, certain farmer is applying, or if you come and ask me how much fertilizer I should apply in my corn field, and I tell you 500 kilogram per hectare, you should immediately know that that number is wrong, right? It's not important that based on the variety, you know that whether it's 140 kilograms or 145 kilograms or 132 kilograms, but as a good scientist, you should be able to tell what is wrong. You may not know the right answer, but you should absolutely know the wrong answer. And I hope that as we go through the exercise, you will develop some common sense of what numbers make sense. So energy and nutrient cycles such as nitrogen cycle, we will get to see lots of examples and what happens, how much is it in soil versus taken up by the plants versus it gets into the water, etc., and how it moves through different pools. You will get to analyze that. And then excess nitrogen that gets and phosphorus that gets into runoff, how that might be contributing to eutrophication, that leads into the problems we are talking about. Then energy cycle is equally important, because that is what is moving the nutrients through different components. So looking at these different processes, nitrification, denitrification, how that relates to fertilizer applications, decomposition of plants, and how that affects the soil health and soil organic matter. Understanding those linkages is going to be quite important. And then linking that with the water balance, right? Looking at precipitation and what happens to the precipitation, what component is intercepted versus what gets to the soil, depending upon the characteristics, how much will infiltrate versus how much will run off, how that will contribute to antecedent moisture conditions, how much will get into groundwater, and all of that, their relationship with ecology. So this is not a very good picture, but I hope you all understand the hydrologic cycle. If I tell you that there will be a rainfall of 2 inches tomorrow on NIT Warangal campus, how many of you can tell me how much will be runoff? I don't need the number, I just need to know that you know how to do that hydrologic analysis. If it rains 2 inches tomorrow to NIT Warangal campus, do you all feel comfortable that you will be able to calculate how much runoff will be generated? How would you do that? Someone said yes, I didn't see who said yes, but how would you do that? Okay. Okay, so that's the process, right? How would that convert that into a number? 2 inches of rainfall. How many inches of runoff? Okay, so that's a guess. Somebody else? You are teaching the class, Asif, you are not allowed to answer. Sorry. Someone else. Let's make it interactive, folks. I mean, you know, there is no wrong answer. I just want to know your thought process. Runoff coefficient. Yeah, that's one way to do that. How would you determine the runoff coefficient for Warangal campus? Okay, so let's say that 30% of the campus, about what percentage of campus is impervious? 30%, and 70% is under vegetation. What will be the runoff coefficient? Okay, so runoff will be little more than 30% that you said, according to that method. I'm looking for something else. These are all good ways to do that, but I'm looking for something else. Someone else, tell me. Curve number value. Tell me more. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So it rained earlier this week, right? It rained 2 days ago. So AMC will be quite high. How many of you are familiar with curve number method? Yeah, you were saying something. It's a good guess. No, it's a good guess, right? But you have to Are you all, is anyone not engineer here? Well, how many of you are engineers? Let me rephrase that question. Are doing engineering, right? Quite a few. The reason I'm asking is, if I challenge you to back up your claim, you should be able to prove that, right? And one way to make it challenge proof is have an exact method to do that. Curve number does that, right? So the curve number for concrete is actually higher than 70. It's more close to 100. It may not be 100, but it will be close to 100. More like 95 or 98. Curve number for other areas will be more like 30. And so you can calculate an aggregate curve number. Once you have the curve number, then you can use the curve number method, p minus 0.2 s square divided by p plus 0.8 s, right? And if s is greater than precipitation, then runoff is 0, otherwise there is a number. So understanding, that's one component runoff, right? And if I ask you how much will be infiltrated, then there will be different understanding those different components is important. And if you're working in water resources area, make sure that you absolutely understand every component of hydrologic cycle. And you understand how to do that, right? How to quantify that, how to come up with a number. Because end of the day, that's what will distinguish you from someone who is not an expert in that area. And then, so here is an example, right? Rainfall comes and then part of that get intercepted, and then rest gets through the through fall. There will be feedback through evapotranspiration. Some of that will directly go to the stream as a runoff. Then there will be an infiltration. With that, there will be a dissolved nutrients that will be taken up by the plant to support the plant growth. Excess will get into vadose zone or unsaturated zone, and then further excess will get to the shallow and then further to the deep aquifer. Understanding these interaction, plant and water and soil interaction is very important, and we will get to see some of those numbers as you get into the SWOT modeling. And so, to summarize, it is important for you to understand ecology, and I hope that it's really some of those concepts you come out with better than today. End of 5 days, you will have a better understanding of ecology and why we need to include ecology and ecological concepts into hydrological concepts to come up with a solution to sustainable watershed management, because that is very, very important. It emphasizes the interconnectedness of biotic and abiotic factors. When you are just looking at hydrology, it ignores many of the biotic factors. It looks at the vegetation and it looks at the evapotranspiration, but it does not look at any more detail than that. It does not look at the interactions between microbes and plant roots and how that is impacting the soil health, how that is impacting the health of the plants. It is the interdisciplinary nature of the environmental science that integrates the field of hydrology, chemistry, biology, and social sciences to effectively address hydrological challenges. And never underestimate the power of social sciences. Throughout my career, I have worked very closely with social scientists, because very early I had a realization that it doesn't matter how elegant my engineering solutions are. If they are not socially acceptable and if they are not economically feasible, it's not going to make any difference. It will just be a publication in a journal that will go on my CV and will have no real impact, right? So, working with those scientists, social scientists, and ecologists, in this case, is going to be very, very important. Key concepts such as ecosystems, nutrient cycles, and energy flow is crucial for recognizing how anthropogenic activities disrupt the natural processes, and dynamics of water balance and plant-soil water interactions highlight the importance of maintaining ecosystem health. You contrast that, the video I showed you from Peru, my trip to Peru, to your campus here in Warangal. And it's very two different kinds of ecosystems. It's because the hydrology is different and because its ecology is different and the way they're interacting together. So what we need is really a comprehensive approach to manage and restore ecosystems. And it can be done only when you combine ecology with hydrology. Ignoring other area is going to be to your detriment and will not result into a sustainable solution. So with that, questions? Yeah. And you don't need to stand up. No one needs to stand up.
Recently, I read a paper on computing the environmental flow of a river.
Yeah.
They had mentioned that the keystone species, for example, they have taken in the terrarium system, they have taken for ecosystem predator role. So they have assigned some role to a species and they have used that species to understand how much flow or how much standing water would it be needed for sustaining that particular species. How is that keystone species idea connected to niche?
That's a very good question, and while I don't know which exact paper you're talking about, I know the concept. And the concept of environmental flow is that how much minimum flow you need to maintain the ecosystem health or ecosystem services for the most sensitive species in that environment. So it can be a type of a fish that has to migrate during its spawning time. It can be something else. But if that is the most sensitive species in the water bodies, then what is the minimum flow you need to sustain its health? So example that you are giving is related to that sensitive species, and it is very much dependent upon the system we are evaluating, a system we are assessing. But that is really what is needed, is to figure out who you are managing it for. The answer will be different for different types. When there is a lot of two things that happen during the Green Revolution period, generally speaking. One was the damming of the rivers, right? The dams were created. And they were needed to have enough water to be able to irrigate the crops that needed to be irrigated, to be able to produce the food we needed. Other thing that happened in the US in 20s and 30s and 40s is threatening of the rivers. And that's an example of you just take a hydrological approach, an not ecological approach, how you can do a damage to the system. Strictly from engineering point of view, a straight river is the most efficient river. Like you move the water efficiently downstream. Turned out that's not really the case. The rivers maintain the sinusoidal curve for a reason. And that reason is that from energy budget point of view, it is the most efficient way. It dissipates energy, and then it's neither aggrading nor degrading. And so it's not eroding its channel, and it's not depositing sediment into the channel either. And that's why all the natural rivers are sinusoidal. And so Army Corps of Engineers realized it much later once we started looking at it from the ecology point of view. So what minimum flow requirement does, it brings the ecology into the consideration. And then first part of that is determining why are we managing it. Are we managing it for whom? And then keeping that as an endpoint of management. Make sense? Any other questions?
Sir, continuing the same questions,
Yeah.
elephant is also the keystone species. But if you consider the African elephant, they live in savanna and the estimated that particularly live in the tropical and subtropical areas. So maybe for the savanna, climate requires that different kind of runoff, and maybe for the Indian area, that particular elephant species, we need a different kind of runoff. So how can we distinguish different groups? So exactly the same keystone species, but live in a different niche. So is there a direct correlation in between that niche or?
The correlation is there in terms of the interdependence of what is needed in the ecosystem, right? So for whether it's Indian elephant or Asian elephant or African elephant, what they need to thrive in their natural ecosystem is what is important. And so what they need is the food and water and shelter. So their evolution, African elephants, happen in a water, relatively speaking, water limited sea, like where water is not as abundant as what you may see in Asian ecosystems. And so they evolved to be more efficient from that point of view. But if you take out the savanna grasses, for example, and how that is affecting their health, and how that is affecting their interaction with other species. Elephants are the top of the food chain. But let's take the example of what was imported from Africa to India recently. Was that cheetahs? They came from a savanna ecosystem. And I understand that many of them are doing really well. Now there are offsprings, which is a great success story. But also, they have to adapt to a very different kind of ecosystem because it needs a different kind of hunting behavior. Being in the forests of MP, Madhya Pradesh, for example, yeah. It's a different ecosystem than what you see in the open grasslands in savanna. And so many of them are not surviving probably because of that. Any other hydrology or ecology or ecohydrology questions? Yeah, you can. And tell me, I'm not watching the time, so tell me when it is the time. Yeah.
So we talked about ecological succession of wetlands.
Uh-huh.
It might become sophisticated or first area region. So is eutrophication a natural step in that, or is it an anthropogenic?
It is, so eutrophication is a natural process, right? Even if we don't do anything, eutrophication happens. But it happens in a much longer period of time. What human interventions does is it shortens that time period drastically. Just like climate change. Climate change happens. But it does not happen at the rate and scale we are seeing it right now. Eutrophication is the same way. When it may take literally millions of years for a lake to go from oligotrophic to hypereutrophic. Anthropogenic activities might do that in decades, 20, 30 years. And so that's the problem we are seeing, and that's the problem we are talking about. When at least half of the nitrogen is not synthesized by plants and it's running off and getting into into the streams. And in US, eutrophication in Gulf of Mexico, it is the size of the entire state of New Jersey. It's a big problem, and no organism survives in that because the nighttime oxygen content goes near zero. It might have happened over millions of years, but not in, since 20s and 30s to here in 100-year period that we are seeing. That's the sadness.
Sir,
Yeah.
in the booklet, we classified water quality as a biotic factor. How is it true?
I didn't get the first part of your question. Where is it classified as a biotic factor?
Water quality
And who is doing that?
in booklets.
In the book?
Yes.
Okay. We need to go back and look at where exactly it is. Whether it is just the water.
Water quality.
Water quality.
Yeah.
Yeah, so water quality is very much a combination of biotic and abiotic factors,
Yes,
right?
sir.
Because you're looking at the chemistry of water, but also you're looking at the biology of,
Yeah,
of
that's
water.
why it's abiotic is classified as abiotic. It should be biotic.
So I need to look at the context of that sentence, I don't think it is either or, it is very much contextual. And how you are looking at it, if you are looking at it strictly from hydrology point of view,
Yes, sir.
then it is a biotic,
Yes, sir.
right? But if you are looking at ecology point of view, then the water quality, where you are looking at the presence of carbon in different species, and those species can be living or non-living, then it makes it biotic. Right, so it's very much contextual. Yeah. Okay. I hope you are all excited.
Yes.
I am.
We can now take a short break and we'll continue with the next lecture. Tea is served outside.
Introduce yourself and then we can start the lecture. Go ahead. You just tell to the participants.
Studying MTech second year at NIT Warangal.
I'm Vaishnavi. I'm studying MTech second year at NIT Warangal. I'm India. I'm a research scholar at NIT Warangal. I'm Aishwarya. I'm a research scholar at NIT Roorkee. I'm Shudakirti. I'm a research scholar at NIT Roorkee.
Hello everyone, I am Bhavesh Das. I am did my MTech from NIT Warangal under Professor Kamsi sir. After that I am joining as a PhD scholar under Professor Kasi Viswanathan in NIT.
Hello all, I'm Patavi Raman. I'm a PhD scholar from IIT Roorkee. I was working on reservoir operation on pumped storage scheme, developing modeling and studying the impacts in the climate change.
Hi, I'm Anjana. I'm from IIT Palakkad working with Dr. Radha.
My name is Nilzanu. I'm from IIT Delhi. I'm doing PhD from here. And I'm working on the Rohit survey.
Hello, sir. Hello, everyone. I'm Lipsi. This is my first year in PhD at IIT Roorkee. So my work will be on eco-hydrological modeling. So that's why I'm here. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I'm Ankit Jode. Currently not affiliated with any institution. I'm IIT Bombay dropout for PhD. I have previous experience in ecology, Wildlife Institute of India, and my background is remote sensing. So I'm here to collaborate with two interdisciplinary.
Hello, my name is Abhishek Rayasinghani. I am a first year MTech student at IIT Hyderabad in sustainable engineering with a using urban planning.
Hello, everyone. I am Aradhna Shukla. I am first year MTech student in water resource engineering in NIT Warangal.
Hello everyone, I'm Kushbu. I'm doing MTech in water resource engineering from here. I'm Shaili and I'm MTech first year student at NIT Warangal. I'm Pooja, first year MTech student in water resource engineering at NIT Warangal. I'm Lakshmi Shravya, first year MTech in NIT Warangal.
I'm Guru Kushali and I'm Junior Research Fellow at Osmania University. I'm currently working on hydrological and hydraulic models.
I'm Lee Silvani from IIT. I am working with Narmada project.
GIAN from IIT. Currently, I'm working on carbon water cycles and the exchange between vegetation and system.
Hello everyone, myself Sayata Monti and I am a diploma student, second year PhD student from Department of Agriculture, IIT Kharagpur under the supervision of Professor Chandra Chatterjee, and my working is on Mahanadi River Basin on hydrological modeling.
Hello everyone, I'm Pooja, currently pursuing MTech second year in water resources engineering and NIT Warangal.
I am Pawan. I am pursuing second year MTech in NIT Warangal.
Hello everyone, I'm Shweta, pursuing PhD second year in NIT Warangal.
Good morning everyone, I am Madhur Avasthi and I am BTech final year student in NIT Warangal.
Good morning sir. Hi everyone, I am Satyaraj Bumla, working as research scientist in the National Remote Sensing Center, Balanagar. Currently I am working in hydrological geology model for India. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I am Manjuna Jaya from GIAN, PhD scholar, working in interdependency of climate change, temperature and on water resources.
Hello everyone, I am Naveen, pursuing MTech in NIT Warangal.
Hello everyone, I am Vidit Kumar, MTech second year at NIT Warangal.
Good morning everyone, my name is Bhupendra Dhibar, working as a JRF in NARVA project in the Chhattisgarh Council of Science and Technology under Prasad Viswasya. My name is Girish Parkania. Currently I am working as a JRF in NARVA project under Prasad Viswasya at the Institute of Chhattisgarh Council of Science and Technology.
Good morning everyone, I am Sai Bharat, pursuing water resource engineering MTech first year in NIT Warangal.
Good morning everyone, my name is Rakesh Pavankar. I am pursuing MTech first year in water resource engineering at NIT Warangal.
Good morning everyone. I am Yaswant Dev, pursuing MTech and water research engineering.
Good morning everyone. Myself Mohammad Rafi, research scholar under Vamsi Krishna sir, and I am working on impact of climate change and hydrology of the basin.
Hello everyone, my name is Chatapal Naidu, MTech second year from Osmania University.
Hello everyone, I am Arvind Kumar, MTech second year from NIT Warangal.
Hello everyone, I am Sandeep, pursuing MTech second year at NIT Warangal.
Hello everyone, I am Nirishakshi, I am pursuing MTech second year water resource engineering at NIT Warangal.
Hello everyone, I am Manoj Kumar, MTech second year present, NIT Warangal.
Okay, thank you for your introduction. And after introducing you about the ecology and environment is basically give an overview of hydrology, hydrological process or the hydrological cycle with introducing you to integrated water resource management. Okay, so it's good that most of you have hydrology background, so it makes life little easier to go through a refresher course on hydrology, but it's also a little tough to keep you engaged, right, since most of the things you might already be knowing, right. Now, most of the problems that we are trying to solve is basically to address the water security and food security, right, and even the eco hydrology that we are looking, we can look it from different perspectives, and one of the perspectives that we are trying to achieve is to achieve a water resource basically to achieve a water and food security, right. So, at the end of this course, or sorry, at the end of this lecture, what we envisage that you achieve is to acquaint yourselves with the concepts of integrated water resource management and hydrological process and hydrological cycle, know basic methods to estimate water balance components, understand the interactions between the ecosystems and hydrological processes, right. So, when we talk about water security and food security, one thing that comes to our mind, as in the previous lecture what sir was telling, we were started with damming the rivers to increase the water availability. So, we have always considered, or traditionally we have always considered it to be a individual system where we are trying to solve one problem at a time. Similarly, with green revolution, we were only focused on increasing the food productivity, and that is where, when we do not consider the interactions between different systems, that is where the challenge comes or the problem starts coming up, right. And that is where the integrated water resource management helps, right. So, a sustainable water resource development consists of exploring the relationship between economic development, environmental quality and social equity. So, your integrated water resource management focuses on meeting the economic and social development while maintaining the sustainability of vital ecosystems. We do not want the resources to get exhausted while meeting the current demand, and that is where your IWRM comes into pictures, integrated water resource management. We want to integrate different systems into our sustainable water resources management plans, right. So, we have most of our rivers are dammed now, or most of the locations where we could construct the dams are constructed already. Now, we are moving into something called as interlinking of rivers. Government of India is focusing on interlinking of rivers. So, we are transferring the water from a water surplus basin to a water scarce basin, right. And in that process, obviously, the water scarcity or water availability will increase, food productivity will also increase, because on the way much of the area will come under irrigation. But then what are the environmental challenges that it may arise, or what will it have its impact on the hydrological cycle, right. So, nowadays we are focusing more on the IWRM, right. So, IWRM, there are three main concepts. One is the systematic consideration of various dimensions of water. So, it is not only always the water quantity, we also must consider what is the water quality as well, right. And most of the time we are focusing on increasing the water availability, but then water quality takes a back seat, right. And both, we have to consider both surface and groundwater system. Although the system concept helps us in understanding the water resources, but we also must be knowing that it is a component that interacts with other systems, right. For example, ecological system, right, ecosystem, other ecosystems, it has an interaction, and we must acknowledge that component. And the interrelationship between the water and social and economic development, right. And so, any development from the environment, from the economic side or the social development involves water as a sector, right. Now, integrated water resource management had 4 principles as defined by the International Conference on Water and Environment, organized in Dublin, the Dublin Principles in 1992. They said the 4 principles are: water as a finite and vulnerable resource, a participatory approach to solve water resource problems, central role of women, and economic value of water. So, coming to each one of them, your fresh water resources that are available comes from your hydrological cycle, right. Although our demands are increasing for development side, but the quantity of water that comes in terms of fresh water from the hydrological cycle is a very finite resource. So, we need to manage that. So, unless we recognize that water as a finite resource, our management plans will be quite chaotic. The second one is a participatory approach. There are multiple stakeholders that are involved in water resource management, and it is always important that all the stakeholders participate in this decision making process, right. So, it should not be a top down approach where we say that we implement a policy and then it gets implemented, right? Okay. So, it should always be a participatory approach. For example, watershed development that started in 1970s in India with the focus on soil and water conservation. Okay. Now, in the 1970s when it started, it was more oriented towards a top down approach where policies were formed, identified areas, soil conservation structures and water conservation structures were constructed. Now, in this process they did not consider the local stakeholders. What has happened is, though these structures were constructed, there was no one to manage them. So, probably after a season or a year, those structures or those whatever techniques we have adopted were not fruitful anymore. Okay. And that is where a participatory approach, so participatory watershed management came into picture, where the local stakeholders come, they decide what kind of structures they require, what are the problems, a discussion, and then it takes into the solutions that gets developed. And it also helps in knowing the local problems. All problems are not same. The problem that is you are facing here may be completely different from there. So, one solution will not fit at all locations. So, that is where the participatory approach helps. Third one is your women play a central role. Many of your water management, especially in the rural areas, your domestic or even the domestic water requirement, women play a central role. So they should be involved in this entire decision making process, right? In many locations, women are marginalized, they are not part of the decision making body. So if we bring them, the water management improves a bit. And fourth one, water as an economic value, right? You might have heard about this virtual water trade, right? Each drop of water has some value. Although water in itself is a free resource. You get from precipitation, you take from the flow, it's a free resource. But the infrastructure that is required to draw some utilization of water has some cost. Your dam cost, your infrastructure to transport the water has some cost associated to it. So water as an economic value, and this must be considered in your developing plans for maximizing your benefits, right? Water as an economic resource or economic value must be considered, right? So these are the four principles of the integrated water resource management, and it helps us in achieving the sustainable development goals, right? Your integrated water resource management is actually one of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, and it has some ways on how it is achieved. It has some metrics to see whether how much it is achieved, right? So it has different components. One is the sustainable development, which has social equity, environmental sustainability, and economic efficiency. At the same time, it has water security dimensions, such as domestic water security, water-related risk resilience, environmental water security, agricultural water security, and economic water security, right? So IWRM is a tool to boost economic growth while ensuring social well-being and environmental health. It's a way to reach the sustainable development goal, right? So if you see United Nations Sustainable Development Goals target 6.5 aims to implement integrated water resource management at all levels, right? Now how do we check it whether it gets implemented or not? There are four key components of IWRM. First is enabling environment, institutions and participation, management instruments, and financing, right? So a successful implementation of IWRM involves choosing and adapting right combination of tools for each unique situation. As I said, each problem is unique, so you need to adopt a unique solution for each particular location. Now let's see these four key pillars, right? First one is enabling environment. So the first part is basically your policy planning, right? Policy level decisions, legislative frameworks that establish certain ground rules for management of water resources. That is what is the first. So do we have certain ground rules? For example, recently we have a ground rule for groundwater extraction. Till few years back, there was no legislation on how much water can be extracted. So if you own the land and if you can dig a bore well, you can extract as much as possible. There was some legislation for the industrial water extraction. For the domestic water extraction, there was no legislation, right? Now what happens? Groundwater is a common resource, right? Even though you may own the land, the groundwater is a common resource. So how much water can be extracted affects your adjoining people, your neighbors, other stakeholders in the system, right? So those kind of legislations are there in place. Then we have institutions and participations. That the political, socio-economic, and administrative institutions are they participating, stakeholder alignment, how do they come up with a common water management solution. Third one is your management instruments, basically the mechanisms that enables decision makers and water users to assess socio-hydrological challenges, okay? And the fourth one is obviously the financing. Whatever the solutions that you are developing, do we have sufficient funding or sufficient funding support to implement these particular solutions, okay? So there are some challenges for implementing IWRM. I'm not going in depth into that. Obviously the fragmented governance, because IWRM is applied at different scales. It can be applied at a local scale, regional, national, and at international levels. Then you have limited funding and resources, data limitations and poor information system, stakeholder engagement, climate change impacts, and the conflicting interest from different stakeholders, okay? But for this to get implemented, IWRM, one thing that we need as engineers or water resources professionals is basically quantification of water resources. Any management, you should be knowing how much water is available. And that is where the hydrological cycle or hydrological process comes into picture, right? So study of hydrology is essentially, we are studying how the water moves from Earth's surface to atmosphere and comes back.
It's a cyclic process, right? Water from the earth's surface gets evaporated and it comes back in the form of precipitation. Okay, so though we have understood that cycle concept, we are more interested in how do we quantify these resources, or our modeling tools, basically whatever modeling tools that you want to use, want to quantify this resource, right? For example, SCS curve number method. SCS curve number method is a method to quantify how much runoff is generated given a precipitation, right? So for any management, we are interested in to knowing that quantity, the value, right? The previous question, how much runoff gets generated for a 2-inch water, and we had difference on the runoff coefficient method, which is also valid, SCS curve number method. Okay. Now, how do we get that? How do we get that? So this is the hydrological cycle that is released by USGS earlier this year, which is a more comprehensive hydrological cycle, a water cycle which you have been seeing starting from your high school, but a more comprehensive picture of that. You have evaporation from the oceans, evaporation from the land, and some part of the moisture, because of the atmospheric transport, comes to the land surface. There will be precipitation, and this precipitation gets divided into runoff and infiltration, which forms into streams. There is snow, melting of glaciers, and from these streams and lakes we extract water for domestic water and industrial usages, and at the same time we release the water back into the water bodies, right? The waste material comes back to the water bodies, and then there is urban runoff, there are wetlands, and then it finally comes back to ocean, and there is a groundwater and soil moisture that comes into picture, right? So this is the hydrological cycle, and as you see, we are talking only about the water, but the water interacts with various ecosystems as it travels. It's not only we are utilizing, but as it travels on the earth's surface, it interacts with various ecosystems, and that's where the eco-hydrological modeling comes into picture. So this is a more simplified representation of your hydrological cycle, something that you would have seen before, right? You have a simplified version where water evaporates, forms clouds, comes back in the form of precipitation, and various components. It has surface runoff, infiltration, subsurface flow, groundwater flow. Now in this, the transportation components where the water moves is basically precipitation, evaporation, transpiration, infiltration, and runoff. And in your system, there is a storage components as well, which is depression storage, soil moisture storage, and groundwater storage. Okay. So we are interested in quantifying these components to help us understand how much water is available, so that we can have an idea of how do you manage the water. Demands, we know, right? Different demands are known, but how much is available comes from quantifying these particular resources. So let's see each one of them. So there are different components. One way of quantifying is through measurement. Precipitation, we do measure, right? How do we measure? Rain gauges, right? Now, some time back we had a very sparse rain gauge network, but over a period of time, there are automatic weather stations which are being installed at various locations. Our gauging network has increased, or we have now fine resolution data. Even NITW has an automatic weather station installed here, which measures the data almost every minute, right? So now we have data which is available to us at a time step of every 5 minutes, 15 minutes, every 1 day, right? So precipitation measurement is relatively easy. But what about other components of the hydrological cycle? How do we measure evaporation? How do we measure runoff? Runoff measurement, how do we do that? We have stream gauges located at different locations, right? And we do measure. They are basically point measurements. Precipitation, I think I forgot, there are radar measurements as well, which will give you spatial information, and satellite based estimation of precipitation as well, right? Now in all that, in the measurement, we use the water balance concept, especially in the watershed scale. When you are trying to manage basically a mass balance concept, or the water balance or hydrological balance, which is basically you take a watershed. I hope all of you know what's a watershed. It's the area that drains to a common outlet, which is bounded by a ridge line. The ridge line helps us creating a boundary condition that no flow comes across the boundary. So only inflow to this watershed will be in the form of rainfall and some groundwater flow. Groundwater flow does not really conform to the ridgeline boundary, but then in general majority of the input comes from the rainfall. Now within this watershed you can apply a water balance equation or a mass balance. That is, the change in storage within this watershed will be equal to input minus output. Input is your precipitation, output is your runoff, groundwater flow, groundwater contribution, evaporation and transpiration. And this change in storage can be change in storage in any of your reservoirs or soil moisture. And soil moisture. Soil moisture is one of the major storage component in your watershed, water storage component, right? So your delta S corresponds to the change in soil, change in water that is available within your watershed. Now how do we quantify each of these terms, right? So when I say that I am trying to refresh your hydrology, I have compressed probably a semester long course into 1.5 hour lecture, right? And that's where I am showing some of the equations just to see, to quantify, basically that is what is used in your models, in modeling tools, right? So probably you already know it, but then just in case. So the first process that we are going to see is the infiltration process. The rain that comes is the ground surface, and some part of it goes as runoff, some part of it goes as infiltration. Now the water that gets infiltrated, right, that starts filling the voids in your soil, the pore spaces in the voids start filled up. That's what the process of infiltration. Now as this water moves down, it follows a certain path, or if you see it has certain different zones, right, infiltration process. It will initially saturate the top layer, and as the water moves down, it will start filling up all the pores, and that is what we call as wetting zone or wetting front. Now when the water enters the soil matrix or soil column, it experiences different forces. One is the gravitational force that is acting on it. In addition to that, it will experience a suction force from the soil particles, and while it moves through the interlinked pores, it also experiences the friction. Now this suction force binds the water particles along the soil particle. Okay. So as more and more water starts get binding up, your suction forces reduces, and your gravitational force is the predominant force. So when the water that is held against the gravitational force is what we call as field capacity, right? That is the water that can be held against the gravity. That doesn't mean that water is completely full, the pores are completely filled up. When the pores are completely filled up and water moves down, that is when we call it as saturation. Okay. Now this infiltration process, if you want to model, there are different ways different researchers have developed. Back in 1930s, when this research started on quantifying how much water, how much rainfall becomes runoff, that is when many of the equations have come. One of the equations that we commonly use is Horton's equation. So Horton conducted different experiments across the catchments in US using double ring infiltrometer, rainfall simulators, and as well as the data that they have collected. Now based on the data that they have collected, what they observed was any soil, any location, your infiltration process is or infiltration rate is a decaying process, right? And they saw that it follows a exponential decay, and that is where the Horton's equation has come. So over a period of time, when during this infiltration process, it starts with a high infiltration rate, comes down and achieves a constant level. That is what we call as, it will be more close to saturated hydraulic conductivity. Okay. So that particular point. So your model for your infiltration rate was given by Horton, where he said that infiltration rate at any point of time will be equal to a constant infiltration rate plus the difference of maximum minus minimum, and which is multiplied by a exponentially decaying constant. Okay. So K is a parameter, T is time, Fc is the constant infiltration rate, and F naught is the initial infiltration rate that is there, right. So based on the different experimental data, they realized that the infiltration rate at any particular soil follows a exponential decay function. Now similar to Horton's equation, many other equations have been developed, Kosteko's equation, right, and there are many equations which are there, but one of the commonly used is Horton, so I just introduced that. Now apart from Horton, another model that we use is Green-Amp model, which is an analytical approach, which has a more analytical approach into solving the Richards equation, right. So what they have done is they have simplified the infiltration process. In the earlier figure, I have shown that infiltration, as the water gets infiltrated, there will be some saturated zone, there will be some transmission zone and wetting zone. That means there is a gradation in the soil moisture that is available. So what Green and Amp done is they have simplified the process. They said as the water moves down, it will saturate the soil. That means water will move down only when it fills up all the pores along the depth. So, in this process what it helps is we can apply conservation of mass equation little bit more properly, and we say that as the wetting front moves down, the soil moisture will increase from initial soil moisture content to a saturation level. Now, using the conservation of mass equation and Darcy's equation, which is basically the equation for fluid movement in the unsaturated zone, they developed a GIAN method. They have equations which needs to be solved iteratively to come up with a solution. Based on the time, you can know how much is the cumulative infiltration as well as the infiltration rate. Now, if you can identify the infiltration rate, area under the infiltration rate curve is basically your volume of water that gets infiltrated. So, if you know the rain, if you know the infiltration rate curve, you can estimate what is the runoff. You have estimated two things here. Given the rainfall, how much water is going into the soil or gets added into soil moisture or soil storage. At the same time, how much water is going as surface runoff or rainfall excess. Now, coming to the next component, which is your evapotranspiration. Okay, evapotranspiration is combination of evaporation from open water bodies, soil surface, vegetated surfaces, as well as sublimation from snow and ice. In addition to that, your plants, canopy, they have a transpiration, right? They extract the water from the soil and then they transpire. So, the combination of both of them is what called as evapotranspiration. Now, what are the factors that influence evapotranspiration? What are the two major factors? Temperature, relative humidity, right? So, if we both are correct, if we generalize it, basically temperature is basically the energy supplied, solar radiation. So, your evapotranspiration or the evapotranspiration process is controlled by two things. One is the energy that is supplied, second is ability to transport the water vapor. Now, any fluid or anything will go from a higher gradient to a lower grade, right? Water moves from higher energy to lower energy. Similarly, your evaporation process is also same. You have water molecules which are higher at number and they go into a place which are having low number. So, from a higher energy to a lower energy. In this process of transformation, you need energy to be supplied, and at the same time, when this transport happens, water molecules happens in the atmosphere, if it starts saturating, this rate will reduce. So, your water, there should be ability to transport this water molecules away from the location, so that the gradient maintains. That is what is Dalton's law. Okay. Now, based on these two principles of energy balance and mass balance, Penman developed the equation which is what we call as a combination method for a evaporation from open water bodies. And that equation was modified by Montieth, which we now know as Penman-Montieth method, which integrates the energy balance as well as the aerodynamic method or mass balance, right? And in addition to that, we also recognize that each crop or each plant transpires differently. The amount of water extracted and the amount of water the transpiration takes place depends upon the crop characteristics. So, they introduce the crop resistance factors, aerodynamic resistance factor as well as the surface resistance factor. Aerodynamic resistance factor is primarily to the obstruction that is caused to the wind, and surface resistance factor is basically a crop factor that depends from one crop to another. Okay. So, using this Penman-Montieth method, we can estimate the potential evapotranspiration, that is what is the maximum evapotranspiration that can occur at a particular location. Now, there are ways to measure the evapotranspiration. One of the ways is your lysimeter, which will give you the potential evapotranspiration. It also works on mass balance. It measures all other water balance components, and you can measure the evapotranspiration by using a simple mass balance. And for the evaporation, you have pan-evaporimeter, which are placed across most of the reservoirs to estimate how much water is being lost from your reservoirs. Okay. Now, coming to the runoff. Runoff is something that most of us are interested in, right? How much quantity of water is available, right? Most of our research happens on the runoff. So, there are two ways of runoff generation. First one is what we know as Hattonian overland flow. This is when your rainfall rate is higher than the infiltration capacity. That means your input rate is higher than what the infiltration of particular soil. So, if your rainfall intensity is higher, it will start ponding on the surface and it will flow. The water surface runoff will flow. So, though there will be infiltration happening, since the rainfall intensity is higher, it will be much lower. The second type of runoff generation is saturation excess overland flow, right, where your soil is saturated, probably because of the previous rainfall or probably because of the subsurface processes, subsurface transport of water. Now, as more rainfall comes, it starts ponding on the water and it becomes runoff excess or surface runoff. Now, both these processes may be happening in the same watershed, same location, and they are interchangeable. It is not necessary that at a particular location only hot and overland flow will be there. It is entirely possible it starts with hot and overland flow and gradually becomes a saturation excess overland flow. Okay. Now, as more and more water starts building up in the watershed, it starts flowing. As I said, water flows from higher energy to lower energy. Now, in that process, at the watershed outlet, at the outlet point where we start measuring, you see something called as a hydrograph. That is the time distribution of discharge, usually we measure it in cubic meters per second with respect to time. Okay. So, this is your hydrograph that we are interested in. Area under this curve is the volume of runoff or volume of water that is coming at this particular point. Now, in this hydrograph, we are interested in two components. One is the volume, how much is the excess runoff that we are getting, and second thing is what is the peak. Many of our flood, or not only flood, many of our designs or even for water quality measurements, we are interested in what is the peak flow and what is the minimum flow that is coming. So, to estimate the volume, one of the method is what we call as SCS curve number method or NRCS curve number method, right. It was initially SCS, Soil Conservation Service, now it is Natural Resources Conservation Commission. Okay. So, you have different equations, right. You have Q is equal to pi P minus IA whole square by P minus IA plus S, where IA is initial abstraction. So, all this is resultant of various experiments that were carried out in US by United States of Department of Agriculture. And in that process, when they conducted different experiments, they realized that when a rainfall is received, when rainfall comes, some part of it takes some time for the runoff to start. That means some amount of water is not gets either infiltrated or gets stored in your system. So, before the runoff to start, some storage has to be filled up. Now, once the storage gets filled up, runoff increases and it will start to follow more linearly with the rainfall amount, right. And that is what is your initial abstraction. Some amount of rainfall corresponds to the canopy storage, depression storage, and some soil moisture, right. So, once that gets satisfied, the remaining precipitation is some part of it will be infiltrated and some part of it will be going into runoff. So, based on that principle, they have developed a equation Q is equal to P minus IA, and they have introduced a parameter of maximum retention, where S is equal to 25400 by curve number minus 254. This is in millimeters. They introduced something called as curve number. So, during their experiments, they realized that your runoff, amount of runoff or the hydrograph depends upon various factors. What are the land use? What is the soil? What was the condition of the watershed when the rain started, as well as what was its rainfall characteristics. Now, based on the soil and the land use, curve numbers were defined. They were the major factors, right. So, in the previous lecture, we talked about runoff from a pavemented catchment as compared to a vegetated area. So, vegetated area you will have less runoff as compared to a pavemented catchment, right. So, based on these factors, we were able to develop a relationship between runoff and precipitation. Now, S is a fact, S or the maximum possible retention depends upon the watershed characteristics, which usually does not change with time, or even if it changes, we can update them. But precipitation, which changes with time, you can get what is the runoff. So, this will give you what is the volume or depth of runoff for a particular rainfall event at a particular location. Now, the second component is the peak. So, to estimate the peak, we use the rational method, which is gives you the peak of your hydrograph. given the rainfall intensity, it gives you peak of the hydrograph. Now, how does it do that? Now, if you take a particular catchment, let us say NIT Warangal, and you have received or you are receiving a rainfall for a infinite duration of time, what will happen? Your hydrograph will start increasing, it will attain a peak value when your entire catchment starts contributing, and it will continue to be there till the rainfall ends. Now, at this point where the peak flow is occurring, that is when, what is your inflow? That is rainfall intensity I multiplied by catchment area. That is volume of rainfall that is you are receiving, or the discharge that is receiving in the entire catchment. Now, we also know that not all rainfall becomes runoff. So, there is a rainfall coefficient, and that is what runoff coefficient, sorry. You have a equation Q is equal to CIA, 3.6 is basically a unit conversion factor, but rational formula is Q is equal to C into I into A, where A is the area of the watershed, I is the rainfall intensity, and C is runoff coefficient, and discharge Q is the discharge. Okay. Now, your I, we use this rational formula for design of various hydraulic structures, where you use I corresponding to the time of concentration of your watershed. Okay. And area A is area of catchment, and you can have different empirical formulas to estimate the I from the given data set. Okay. Now, for a larger catchments, though these are all models which will give you individual components of your hydrological cycle, we have simulation models such as HMS and SWAT which integrate all these processes, right. Either all of these processes or at least some of these processes, right. SWAT does integrate all these processes, where the runoff estimation is done by SCS curve number method and Greenamp method. You can choose. Evapotranspiration estimation is done using Penman-Montieth method, Hargreaves method, right, and the routing happens using Muskingum method or variable storage method, right. So, different models assimilate these processes to form a simulation model at a watershed scale, right. Whatever we have seen in the previous few slides are basically individual processes. Now, you integrate them in your mass balance equation to have a more comprehensive understanding of your system at the watershed level. Okay. Now, that is the basics of the hydrological refresher. Now, if we move forward, what does the anthropogenic activities, how does it affect the hydrological cycle, right? Can anyone tell how our activities affect hydrological cycle? Urbanization, deforestation. So, how does urbanization affect? It decreases the infiltration. We consume more water. Yes. What else? Quality of water. Yes. What else? More rainfall may come because of the microclimate changes. Reflectance on the surface changes, increasing global climate change. It increases the runoff because of the paved area, and it also reduces the evaporation, evapotranspiration, right. Now, your feedback system is disrupted because of the urbanization. Whatever the feedback system was there, it has disrupted. Okay. So, that causes urbanization. Any other human activity that affects hydrological cycle? Dams and reservoirs. Yes. You have large water bodies stored which was not there earlier. So, you will have higher evaporation, which will lead to changes in hydrological cycle. Anything else? Irrigation, yes. Agriculture, right. Agriculture in general has an effect on hydrological cycle. You are growing certain crops. Now, each crop will have a different amount of water that it transpires, right. So few years back, you would have had a rainfed agriculture, where you would have depended entirely on rainfall, and you were growing certain crops which were not water intensive. Now with irrigation available to you, you start growing more water intensive crops like paddy, sugarcane, right? And they also transpire lot of water. So in this process, you will have some changes to the feedback to the atmosphere, right? Telangana, few years back, it was mostly dryland agriculture. But now if you see, much of the landscape has changed to more of a paddy growing or rice growing, right? Where you need the soil to be saturated. If soil is saturated, what does it mean? Whatever is the atmospheric demand in terms of potential evapotranspiration is being met, which earlier it was not meaning. That means the evaporation from the surface is increasing. So there is a change in the system. Obviously irrigation, when you are irrigating, again the evaporation is changing. And in addition to other factors, we do lot of afforestation, right? Yes, which we see it as a way of bringing back to original, but that also changes the hydrological cycle, right? So all and every anthropogenic activities have a certain effect on the hydrological cycle, right? Change is inevitable, but the rate of change gets affected by our activities, right? So urbanization, as I said, it affects farming, and cities use irrigation, and application of fertilizers and pesticides lead to environmental problems. Pollutants cause algal blooms, spread diseases, harm wildlife and habitats. Your damming of the rivers cause the change in your aquatic ecosystem. Interlinking of the river causes changes in the aquatic ecosystem, right? Because water quality will be different from one river to another river. The sediment will be different, causing a change in your habitat itself. So urbanization, industrialization, population growth impact the landscapes and watershed hydrology, right? It alters the hydrological cycle, requiring water surfaces like supply, drainage, and wastewater management. We need lot of management to address this, okay? So this is a flow chart where you have different things for a urban area. Urban areas, now we are seeing that they are more prone to flooding because of high intensity rainfalls, right? Caused due to various reasons. Now your drainage systems can increase runoff velocity and volume, right? Most of your drainage systems, and we feel that our drainage systems are not sufficient enough to meet different demands, right? So and then you have impacts on evapotranspiration by reducing vegetative covers, and then growing system. And we do require this infrastructure, right? If you don't have urban areas, you will not be. All of us require this urban infrastructure, right? And other, but then there should always be a trade-off between how much to make and what is its effect on the hydrological cycle. Another component on the effect of water cycle is climate change, something that we have been hearing, right? Or something that has been almost ingrained into us. Everyone knows, even the school kids know what is climate change, right? Warming of the environment. So what happens in warming of environment? Why is climate change so important, especially in terms of water cycle or hydrological cycle? Rainfall pattern changes. Why does it change? Increasing level of carbon dioxide, yes. Elevated temperatures will create a difference in cycle, yes. It disturbs the energy balance, okay. Anything else? Aerosol concentration changes, yes. Anything else? So climate change, when you basically all of you are correct, you have a temperature is increasing, right? When the temperature is increasing, your atmosphere has a certain ability to hold the water vapor, and that is dependent on temperature. As the temperature increases, it has more ability to hold the water vapor, right? Ability to hold the water vapor increases with increasing temperature. Now that is what, when you have more ability to hold the water vapor, it leads to more intensified extreme events. Your extreme precipitations or lack of precipitations is because of this enhanced holding of water vapor in your atmosphere. That is what is your climate change, right? Now, it's not only extremes. Now, because of changing precipitation patterns, our utilization patterns change. Earlier, probably if you are dependent only on rainfall, you are dependent only on surface water resources. Now, because of these changing precipitation patterns, you are now drawing more water from groundwater, right? So, your lakes are getting dried up. Okay. So, our utilization patterns are also changing. So, climate change, in addition to that, your biodiversity get affected. Because of changing precipitation patterns, some of the areas are getting dried up, forest fires, they are all leading to different changes in ecosystems, right? So, your impact of climate change is not only on hydrological cycle, but also in the entire ecosystem that is driven through changes in water cycle as such, right? And that is where it is important for us to understand how these changes are taking place and what impacts it has on the hydrological cycle. Now, coming to the hydrological process in ecosystems, linking it to the ecosystem part, we have both surface and subsurface processes, right? We have surface processes such as runoff, precipitation and evapotranspiration, and subsurface processes such as infiltration and groundwater flow. And both of them are important to maintain the ecosystem balance, right? It's not only the surface water resources, we are also interested in subsurface water resources, and the balance must be maintained between them, right? So, your hydrological process, flow of water, controls nutrient flow in addition to the water flow, how much nutrient is getting transported, habitat aquatic ecosystem, and water availability, which directly or indirectly influences the biodiversity and ecosystem, right? For example, there were some examples of water availability of African elephants. They are more prone to less water available, right? They are adapted to less water availability. Similarly, this hydrological process contribute to no water availability at spatial locations, not at one particular point, but spatially how does the water availability is changing. Now, this changing water availability in space affects the ecosystem and biodiversity as such. Okay. Now, in addition to that, your surface runoff or precipitation patterns affect soil erosion, which also increase the nutrient transport. The fertilizers or pesticides that we apply, much of it is in your soil. Now, in this erosion process, as the soil gets transported, soil particles get transported, the nutrients also gets transported. It's where your aquatic system gets affected, right? Then subsurface flow promotes water recharge and supports plant growth. Many of your forested areas have deep roots. So, even if it doesn't rain for quite some time, they can extract water from the subsurface layers. Okay. So, the interaction between surface and subsurface processes regulates water availability for your ecosystems. Okay. Another part is impact of land use changes on hydrological processes and ecosystem services, right? Your land use changes, as we said, urbanization, changes in your cropping pattern, changes in land use from forested area to agriculture, all of them affect the hydrological cycle, right? So, for example, as I said, the Telangana case study, where we used to have a dryland agriculture mostly, it was predominantly a dryland area. Now, because of this lift irrigation schemes, at least the Karimnagar district is called as the rice bowl of Telangana, right? It has completely into a paddy cultivated zone. Okay. So, what happens when we move from a dryland agriculture to a paddy dominated this thing? One is your water requirement increases, right? Second thing, your evaporation is going to increase. Now, with more and more area that comes under rice and more water availability, farmers may go for 2 crops of rice or 3 crops of rice, which affects the soil nutrients. Where each plant will be extracting nutrients from the soil. Now, if you keep growing only one kind of crop, your nutrients start getting depleted. Now, to replenish those nutrients, we start applying fertilizers, and only some part of that fertilizer is being assimilated by the plant. Remaining goes as runoff, right? Some of it goes leached out to groundwater. So, groundwater contamination. Punjab is a classic case, right? Groundwater got contaminated because of excess use of fertilizers, right? So, similarly, same issues might happen. So, when we have these kind of systems, we also must be considering what are its effects on the hydrological cycle. That's where it's important. So the impact of hydrological processes on the ecosystem services. So basically your hydrological processes are fundamentals to ecosystem services like water availability, flood regulation and habitat provision. And then you have human interventions in hydrological cycle impact assessments, ability to provide these services, and a functioning hydrological cycle is essential to meet these particular services, right? We will talk about ecosystem services later in this course, right? But then all these components are important in managing our water resources, right? So with that, I'll stop here. So if you have any questions, we can take up. No questions? Yes, yes.
Benefit from whatever that they are doing. If it is the installation of hydraulic structure or whatever policy that they are proposing, the stakeholders are mostly concentrating on the side of the people who are benefiting. So, how does this approach changes it? Like you have to concentrate on the vulnerable part, and you have to include the ecosystem as well.
So ideally, when we talk about participatory approach, we need to include all the stakeholders. It's not only the people who get benefited, it's also the people who get affected. And then we also look into the environmental concerns of it, right? And that's where the participatory approach helps. So for example, as a water resource engineer, we are focused on improving the water availability. So we are very prime focused on that. But if we bring an ecologist or an environmental engineer, they can bring in their side of their point of view. Where we say that, okay, a hydraulic structure, how does it affect us, how it affects, and then they come up with a plan. So yes, it is there.
Generally, it is updated because in the climate change scenarios and all, the stakeholders might be changed and the area of vulnerability might be changed.
Yes, that is something. It's a cyclic process, and it's an adaptation, right? We need to adapt to it, and that is what we are actually trying to do in general, right? So we solve one problem, it may create another problem, but we are trying to avoid. So whole point of participatory approach is we try to avoid these problems. But I am sure that it's not possible 100% to avoid all the problems. We still have some other thing which we adapt.
Yesterday show runoff, you told about antecedent moisture data. So how do you collect the data and how does it affect hydrological volumes?
So SCS curve number method, when it was formulated, it depended upon previous 5 days rainfall. What was the rainfall in previous 5 days? And depending upon whether it is a growing season or it is not, depending on that, what was the previous 5 days rainfall, based on that, antecedent moisture conditions were defined. It was either dry, wet, or average conditions. Those were the 3 conditions. Now, over the period of time, the SCS curve number method has also been updated. So your curve number is now linked to the soil moisture, right? Depending upon the soil moisture condition, depending on whether it is a wilting point will be a dry condition. Field capacity saturation is your completely saturated level. So your curve number can be updated based on the soil moisture. So SWAT does that. SWAT updates your curve number on a daily basis. So it has 2 components. One is basically based on the soil moisture. Another one is based on plant heating. What is the evapotranspiration that is coming out? So based on both these factors, your curve number can be updated. So basically, if your soil is saturated, you will have more runoff. Soil is dry, you will get less of a runoff. That's how it works. So your curve number can be dependent on the soil moisture aspect. So you can take the antecedent conditions, and based on that, you can develop a relationship between curve number and antecedent conditions, and it can be done.
Sir, as you talked about afforestation, like we are building green wall in Rajasthan to stop desertification. Same China is building green wall to stop desertification. It is definitely going to impact us. It will change the precipitation pattern and all that. Are we waiting to see what will be the consequences, or we are preparing to tackle it?
To be very frank, I'm not sure how that decision has come, right, to build a green wall, right? But I would say that probably they would have thought about it. See, desert in itself is an ecosystem. Desert is not what a bad thing. Desert has its own ecosystem, right? And greening of the desert is also not good. You are degrading an ecosystem when you are trying to green up the desert. But stopping the desertification is important. You don't want more area to become desert, right? So probably that is where. So probably we are trying to adapt to the changing climate. Right? It's not like afforestation. Afforestation will have certain effects, but then what are its effects we need to look into. Right? I'm not exactly sure what has happened in Rajasthan, but they would have thought about it, is what I understand.
In what time zone we can expect the consequences to come if China is doing it?
Generally, it takes a little time. Right? The hydrological feedback system is not very immediate. They construct today, tomorrow you will get it. Probably the timeline is little different. Okay, but then the nature also adapts. Right? Okay, certain a green wall has been developed, and then over a period of time, your evaporation, everything changes. So it may affect at a different location. Okay, so it may not affect at the same location. Changing evaporation pattern, let's say over Telangana, may not affect Telangana. It may affect Maharashtra. It may affect Gujarat, or it may affect Chhattisgarh. So depending upon, it's not like that you are changing here, it will affect here only. It's atmospheric circulation across the globe. So a large scale change may have a global effect, but generally a small scale change, how much it affects to other places we need to see.
So, as you told now, in SWOT model, we meteorological parameters, we input precipitation and temperature generally. And we need to introduce the software, the initial soil moisture conditions.
Yes.
Then you told this time about they generate on the daily basis, not in control, sir. We are not providing the data.
That's right. I'm coming to that point.
Yes,
right? Since we don't know what is the soil moisture on 1st January 1990 for the entire catchment, right? So it randomly initializes the soil moisture. So when we run the model, we take something called as warm-up period. Initial 2-3 years. Now why we take is, let's say you start your soil moisture, let's say 50% capacity. 50% of your field capacity is by soil moisture across the catchment. Now we expect in that 3 years that there will be some rainfall condition which will completely saturate the soil, which would have happened in the field, which is happening in the model. From that day onwards, the soil moisture will be simulated as actual, and that is the importance of warm-up period. If you are doing event-based modeling, for example, some flood modeling, your initial soil moisture conditions become important because your runoff depends on the soil moisture. But in a continuous model, when you take the warm-up period of 3 years or 4 years, in that entire duration, you will have at least one event which will completely saturate the soil, and from that day onward, the water balance will be maintained. And as your soil moisture changes, your curve number will start changing. That is the importance of this water balance, warm-up period. Right? So that gets taken care of. The warm-up period takes care of that. Right? So when you start from 1st January 1990, we should never start our analysis from the same time. There should be some time to elapse before we start your analysis. Okay?
So there are two phenomena is there, the ESCO and EPCO. In the how is related with the soil moisture?
ESCO and EPCO are parameters. ESCO is basically a soil compensation parameter. It's a soil evaporation. So SWAT divides your soil profile into different segments, different layers. Right? It can go up to 10 layers. First layer is your 100 mm of soil. So when you have different layers, how much water needs to be extracted from different layers for evaporation? Usually the top layer is where you get the maximum evaporation. But the bottom layers also help in meeting the demand of evaporation. That is your ESCO parameter. It controls basically how much water can be extracted from deeper layers.
FO is basically a plant transpiration. The roots are there. The roots go up to rooting depth. Now from that rooting depth, how much water needs to be extracted from different layers is controlled by FO. And that is why it controls the transpiration process of it. So if it is close to 1, more water will be from the upper layers. As it reduces, you start extracting more water from the deeper layers.
When we provide the soil map, then how we decided to the each layer's capacity to contributing which kind of percentage?
We need to give that as an input. See, soil map is linked to a database. We'll come to that. In the hands-on session, probably I'll be able to explain it by showing it to you. The soil map that you are giving as a GIS map is linked to a database which has properties of the soil in different layers. Right? And based on that, it starts extracting. Okay, so we'll stop here and then we'll meet after lunch at the same point. Okay? Thank you.
All of you please stay for a while. Those who have not collected food coupons, please collect it from Rafi.
down. It is. Okay, I hope you all had a good lunch, right? Question is, can you stay awake? So let's, we talked about ecology, we talked about hydrology, and now let's bring the two together in the context of eco-hydrology, and go through a couple of key concepts that I want you to understand. So the learning objective here is, end of the lecture, I expect you to understand the interconnections between ecological systems and water cycles, and you should be able to examine their implications for managing natural resources and addressing environmental challenges. So we talked about it, right, that how eco-hydrology is at the intersection of hydrology and ecology, and it draws from the concepts of the two disciplines. And by doing so, the aim of eco-hydrology is to solve complex environmental problems and enhance sustainability in a way that it's multidisciplinary in nature. And therefore, eco-hydrology focuses on interactions between biological processes and hydrological cycle, and it provides insights for effective ecosystem management and conservation. For a long time in my career, until I actually completed my PhD, I was focusing solely on hydrology. Do after that, and my PhD advisor at that time, he suggested that I should go and work with a number of biologists. He said, go work with them. You will develop skill sets that's going to serve you well in your career. And so I did. I went to University of Alabama, and I worked at Center for Freshwater Studies, and I worked with a number of stream ecologists. And in the beginning, there was a language issue between me and them. They would be interested in a very small scale, what happens at a core that they bring to the lab and trying to understand the different processes. And I would say that, well, it doesn't matter, in hydrology and at the scale at which I work, who cares, what happens at your core? And they would say, well, how can you do the large scale modeling if you don't understand what happens at a small scale? It took me several months to learn the language, and perhaps for them to learn my language so that we could start working together. And it was very enriching experience, where I worked on a number of natural wetlands and helped them understanding the hydrology of natural wetlands, and once they evolve, how they evolve, because they are natural, they are always evolving, and plants are always evolving, and they help me understand how the hydrology changes over time, because natural wetlands are evolving over time period. And that's when I realized how much important it was to bring that into what I do in hydrology and what I do in water quality. And when I look back, that was one of the best decisions I had made in my career, to go and work in a setting that was very uncomfortable to me in the beginning. And perhaps it was uncomfortable for them to take a risk in me, in bringing me to their group to bring this large scale perspective that I was really good at. So I encourage you to venture out. I encourage you to talk to people who are outside really your expertise, your domain, and you will be glad you did that. So if nothing else from today, from this lecture, I want you to understand these three key hypotheses that are bedrock of ecohydrology. And these three hypotheses are listed there. One is that the key concept of ecohydrology is that hydrological parameters in an ecosystem or a catchment can be manipulated to control the biological processes. That's first fundamental principle in ecohydrology. Hydrological processes can be used to manipulate biological processes or control biological processes. Then you reverse that. That's the second hypothesis in ecohydrology. The biological structure of an ecosystem within the catchment can be manipulated to regulate hydrological processes. And the third hypothesis is that integrating both hydrological and biological regulation at the catchment scale in a synergistic way can achieve sustainable development of freshwater resources, right? So let's think of an example, right? Give me an example of the first hypothesis where hydrological processes can be used to manipulate biological processes in a catchment. Tell me more. Yeah, so that is true. So how would you manipulate evapotranspiration as a hydrological process to control the biological process, right? So that's the fundamental, that you can manipulate hydrology to control or manipulate biology. So how would you manipulate evapotranspiration in an ecosystem to control what is happening in the biology, and what would that do to the biology? Yeah, yeah. No, so that's great, and you are absolutely correct. Give me a practical example. Yeah, so you're talking about the second hypothesis. I'm still on the first hypothesis. How would you manipulate hydrology to control biology? Yeah, absolutely. Right? You are connecting the rivers. Therefore, we talked about the minimum flow or environmental flow this morning. And by that, you are going to affect the environmental flow, and that is going to impact the biological response of the river. Right? You can manipulate the flow to create a wetland, and wetland is then going to have a very different biology compared to non-wetland or unsaturated conditions, because wetlands are mostly anaerobic or anoxic. There are different kinds of bacteria that are working there. There are different kinds of nutrient cycling that happens in the wetlands. And so to control that, because all the nutrient cycling, most of that is biological in nature, you can control the hydrology, or you can manipulate the hydrology to control what happens there. So that's the first fundamental principle of ecohydrology. And I want you to absolutely understand that, because it is at bedrock of everything that happens in that field. The second one, give me a practical example of how you manipulate the biology. You talked about population and population dynamics. Give me another practical example. Construction of dam. Okay. Tell me more. We are controlling the biology here, right? Construction of dam is mostly, to start the control of hydrology. That leads into something else. We are talking about controlling the biology. Changing the type of vegetation, right? And so, practical example I gave you this morning, when the two ash trees, ASH, ash trees that were in my front yard, beautiful trees, 60 years old. Vamsi, you had seen those. And they died of emerald ash borer. And not just my two trees, but literally tens of thousands of trees in my hometown at that time, West Lafayette, Indiana, were destroyed. That changes the evapotranspiration that happens, that changes the microclimate that happens, and that changes every other component, right? Here are forests that are dominated by ash trees, and very few of them are left. And suddenly you have got a very different kind of ecosystem that is going to have a different hydrological response. So that's an extreme example. That happened naturally because of the climate change that's happening. But you can intentionally, you can engineer that kind of a system. Yeah. I'm laughing because I don't like that concept. I know where you're going. No, I mean, border control among countries is absolutely important, but the way the wall is constructed, assuming that everyone from Mexico who is coming is a criminal is wrong, my friend. Movement of wildlife is also affected. Yeah. And that's what happens when the forests become patchy and you don't have a corridor to ensure their movement. But here we are obstructing the corridor of humans' movement. Tell me again. Increasing cattle growth along the small water bodies, right? So what does that do? That increases the water demand, that increases the deposition of animal manure, that carries a lot more phosphorus than nitrogen, right? And because fresh water bodies are phosphorus limited, excellent example. It will eutrify the water body very, very quickly. And that's really an excellent example of how this works, where you are controlling, you are looking at a biological structure of an ecosystem to manipulate the hydrology. And then, so when we are doing the watershed management, right, and when you are looking at what needs to be done to improve the quality of a watershed, whether it's from the water quantity side or whether from a water quality side, you need to bring both of these things into your assessment. And I hope that, end of this workshop, you will start thinking in those directions, because that's really what needs to be done. So everything has a history, and ecohydrology, even though it came into limelight really around 2015 or so, it has a long history. First time in 1919, a Swiss Federal Research Institute engineer, Arnold Engler, who did a paired catchment study. I mean, can you believe it? It was like 105 years ago, 106 years ago. And showed that forested catchments produced less runoff than catchments with 1/3 tree cover. And to me, he is the father of ecohydrology, even though we didn't know that term probably until 2015, nearly 100 years later. In 1930s, Hirsch already understood the importance of transpiration, canopy interception, groundwater links, and many other topics that are related to current ecohydrology. And I encourage you to go and look at the paper by Hirsch and Bretter. It's fascinating read. And then ecohydrology as a new paradigm, it came from a UNESCO project. that was started in 1996 and came to full blown attention in 2015. So some of the milestones, Odum's fundamental work on ecological engineering, and he showed how wetlands can be used as nature's kidney, just like our kidneys filter and purify our blood on a regular basis. Odum is the one who showed that wetlands, constructed wetlands, can be used in the same way. And the whole science of ecological engineering came out of that. UNESCO started this first eco-hydrology program, and then in 2005, hydromorphology gained prominence, emphasizing the landscape level water management, why we need to look at the entire catchment and not just a small area. And then 2015, eco-hydrology became a very common word. So it's relatively new, right? There are not many areas, at least in hydrology and water quality context, that are so new. So key components include evaporation, condensation, precipitation. We talked about all those things. Professor Vamsi talked about it. Infiltration, runoff, and storage, as influenced by biological processes. So how do the biological processes influence these things? Because when you are working as a hydrologist, you are looking mostly as non-biological processes. It rains, and therefore 30% of that is runoff, right? How is that a biological process? Vegetation impacts, rainfall interception. In Amazon rainforest, as much as 40 to 60% of the rainfall can be intercepted, and it never reaches to the ground because of, and then it evaporates. It's not a transpiration anymore. It's intercepted and it evaporates. There is a term called hydraulic lift. Hydraulic lift. Has anyone heard about that term, hydraulic lift? What is hydraulic lift? Uh-huh. Yeah, so that's hydraulic jump. Hydraulic lift is different from hydraulic jump. Hydraulic lift. In eco-hydrology concept, it's a beautiful process that happens. In deserted areas, there are deep-rooted trees that go very, very deep to be able to get water to survive. And then small saplings germinate. There is no moisture near surface. There is absolutely none. They would not survive. These trees take water from their deep roots, bring it near surface, and releases it for those smaller saplings to survive. And it's a beautiful process how they work together so that there is a succession that happens, and there is a water that is provided to smaller trees otherwise who would not survive in that environment. And in eco-hydrology, that is what hydraulic lift is. So how, you can think about how that affects the evaporation or evapotranspiration. In a classical sense, it becomes hard to predict that you won't predict evaporation happening from that deep. But because these roots are bringing water and releasing it near surface, now suddenly it becomes available for evaporation. And it's the biology that is controlling that. So what is the ecological impact on hydrology? You all know that none of this is new. Forests, they enhance groundwater recharge, they reduce runoff, they improve water quality. Wetlands acts as natural water filters and flood buffers. Communities that have got wetlands around them, they do well. They survive during hurricanes or cyclones compared to communities that don't have wetlands around them. And then grasslands affect soil erosion rates and surface water flows, and they protect soil from eroding. So this is another concept that I really want you to understand. What happens in a river continuum as it goes from headwater streams to fourth or fifth order full-blown river. And so most interesting from eco-hydrology point of view, this headwater streams are the most interesting part in the ecosystem, in the catchment. That's where you are getting nutrients that are coming. That's where the nutrients are processed most efficiently. That's where most of the energy inflow is coming in the form of carbon input that are needed for microbial activities. And so it's a very active zone in a river continuum. And there is lots of transformation that is happening where the biomass is growing near those headwater streams. The picture that I showed from Peru. There is also a lot of retention that happens of those nutrients within the headwater streams. There is a trapping in the plant biomass, and some of that may be seasonally removed as the fall comes and the leaves fall, and then the carbon is released back into the soil or back into water. But there is lots of seasonal trapping happens. There is a lot of storage in unavailable pool that happens that is not available to be eroded and transported as a runoff. And much of that also gets trapped in the benthic sediment or bottom sediment. And so this is most active and most interesting zone from eco-hydrology point of view. Then as it moves and becomes deeper, there may be areas around the stream, not in the stream, but around the stream that may go anaerobic at times. And because they go anaerobic and there is nitrate that is transported downstreams, in those anaerobic zones there is a lot of denitrification that happens because of the microbial activities that are thriving on lack of oxygen, and they derive energy from denitrifying. Then of course the sedimentation happens in the river valley and in the backwaters, and a small retention happens. But there is also a self-purification that happens, and I will have a lecture completely on that part, how rivers are self-purifying and how the nutrient cycling happens in the river systems, how it goes from dissolved to biota to sediment and comes back, and how that can be used to evaluate the health of a river. We will have the whole lecture on that. And then of course they get dislocated and then get recirculated because of the spiraling that is happening. So understanding all these processes in a river continuum is quite important. And as we go through the SWOT exercise, I don't think SWOT can do all of this, but SWOT can do some of the components. So those of you who are looking at new problems, think about where you can go and improve the processes within the SWOT model, so that it's looking at eco-hydrological processes in a much more comprehensive way than what it can do right now. There is a lot of scope to do that. And those of you who are looking at some of the things that are already there, such as trapping, such as denitrification, our group did look at lots of nutrient spiraling and how that affects the nutrient transport downstream, how you can go and improve those processes, or how you can use that to make watershed management decisions. There are lots of really good research ideas that can come out from here. So looking at the biogeochemical cycles and water, there are lots of strengths and lots of limitations in how the nutrient spiraling is modeled in the SWOT model. but they are tightly linked to the water cycle through the leaching, runoff, and atmospheric deposition. Does anyone know the nitrogen content in rainwater in India? I'm asking because I don't know. But how much of nitrate or nitrogen deposition happens through precipitation, through rainfall? Any idea about the magnitude? Is it 2 kilograms per hectare per year? Is it 10 kilograms per hectare per year? Is it 50, 100? Look it up. That may be your homework tonight. It's good to know, right? How much nitrogen gets through rainfall? Point 0.08 to 0.22. So that's 0.08 to 0.22 milligram per liter. And now you can calculate how much precipitation happens in Warangal. How much precipitation does Warangal get? Come on, now you guys need to know that, those who are from NIT Warangal. How much is precipitation in Warangal? There is a whole group sitting here, right? That's where the practical knowledge comes, folks. How much is the Roorkee? How much is the precipitation in Roorkee? 1100. 1100 what? 1100 millimeters a year. That sounds right. About 1.1 meter. 925 or so. Yeah. So now you can calculate, right, that how much nitrogen is coming purely through atmospheric deposition, and how that is going to do to what is needed for whatever crop growth that is there, and what it is going to do to the water bodies that may otherwise think about a pristine lake in Himalayas, around Roorkee, that may not otherwise be getting any other form of nitrogen, because there is no other nitrogen applied, but yet over time it will eutrify because of the atmospheric deposition. We talked, someone had a question about that this morning. So nutrients from fertilizers, waste, and plant matter are washed into water bodies during rainfall, increasing nutrient loads, and nitrogen compounds from air pollution are deposited into ecosystems and water through rain or snow. Now, I have used this term limiting nutrient few times, today. Do you guys understand what a limiting nutrient is? Red fill ratio. Has anyone heard about that term, red fill ratio? Look it up. Red fill ratio tells you that, what is the nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, or nitrogen, phosphorus, carbon, not potassium, and ratio, C to N to P, carbon to nitrogen to phosphorus ratio, that is in equilibrium. And when that equilibrium is broken, the one that is less becomes the limiting nutrient. It means that when the water body sees more of that nutrient, it will accelerate the algal bloom. So generally speaking, nitrogen is limiting nutrient in saltwater systems, and phosphorus is limiting nutrient in freshwater systems. So it means that as soon as there is an excess phosphorus getting into the freshwater systems, your lakes, your reservoirs, you will start to see an algal bloom. And opposite is true for oceans. It's really the nitrogen. There are exceptions to that, but generally speaking, that holds true. So look up at rate fill ratio and what that rate fill ratio is, and then you can suddenly will start to make sense that why applying animal manure as a sole source of fertilizer to land is problematic. You will be able to explain that. It sounds right, but from eco-hydrology point of view, there are challenges, there are issues when you do that, because that ratio is not right. So we really need to be bringing the whole concept of eco-hydrology into how we develop our river basin management or watershed management strategies. And because it focuses on maintaining ecological integrity while meeting human water demands, and it includes flood and drought management and preservation of water quality as well as biodiversity. It can help us restore wetlands. Disappearing wetlands is one of the biggest environmental threats that we face today because of the development pressure, because of climate change. And as I said, the communities, coastal communities that have the wetlands around them are protected during hurricane or cyclone periods compared to one that don't. And so there is a lot of emphasis on wetland restoration and what needs to happen. Your knowledge of eco-hydrology will help you come up with better design solutions when you are restoring wetlands. And then looking at eco-hydrology in agriculture optimizes water and nutrient use for higher yield and environmental sustainability. There will be a whole lecture on ecosystem services and how you look at ecosystem services as an endpoint of management when you are looking at watershed management. We will spend a lot of time on that. And then some of the techniques that include is managed aquifer recharge, contour plumbing, because it increases the infiltration, and vegetation strips to reduce runoff and increase filtration. In US, there is a law that if your agricultural field is next to a stream, you must leave certain width of land as a vegetated filter strip. You cannot plow all the way to the edge of the stream, and you cannot apply fertilizer all the way to the edge of the stream. You must leave certain distance uncultivated, under permanent vegetation. It can be grass, it can be shrubs, it can be trees, but there has to be a certain buffer strip that needs to be maintained. And the idea of that buffer strip is that as runoff leaves the agricultural field and it's getting into the stream, it interacts through that buffer area, it slows down the runoff, and because it slows down the runoff, it increases infiltration. And so the dissolved nutrients will get into subsurface zone and not get into the stream right away. Because it slows down the runoff, it will promote deposition of sediment, and sediment attached pollutants will not get into the stream, and therefore the health and quality of the stream is protected. The whole concept of eco-hydrology at work. I don't know whether there is anything like that here or not. Probably not, because of the limited land, and every square meter is precious. So you can look at the applications, right? And when you're doing the watershed management, you can start with you can actually start here, that what is the objective? What is it that you are trying to accomplish? And even if the goal is to maximize the agricultural production, you still need to bring the eco-hydrology into your assessment. And you will have more tools as we go through the workshop. You will have tools on ecosystem services, and you will start thinking about the concept of ecosystem services. And then, so within that, what is the water resources issues that need to be assessed, and how do you assess that? What are the policy, and how do you do the long-term planning so that your solution is sustainable? How do you do the integrated water resource management that Professor Vamsi talked about? And how do you develop a basin action plan? And then how do you implement those actions? Once you have implemented it, you need to close the loop. You need to monitor to see whether they are actually working or not. and then take it back again. If they are working, great, keep doing. If they're not working, go back and do the tweaking. But closing the loop is very important. We very rarely do that, right? You do the modeling, you say this is what needs to be done. Someone goes and does that, but do you go back and see whether it actually worked or not? That's one of the areas where we scientists generally fail. And when we fail, it erodes the trust in the people who are using your information to implement something. And therefore, it is very important for you to go back and close the loop, to go and actually say whether it worked, how you thought it was going to work or not. So a very important key point that I want you to take away. And so, as we look at the eco-hydrology and look at eco-hydrologic processes, climate change keep coming up, and it will keep coming up in everything that we do. So within that, can we enhance some resilience and effective watershed management? How do we do that? You need to be thinking about climate change impacts and then addressing the human impacts, anthropogenic impacts. Urbanization and agricultural expenses, expansion, stress water resources, really two of the biggest stresses. And then how do you integrate eco-hydrology into land use planning? You will have tools to be able to do that. So with that, I believe that is my last slide. No, there is more. Technological advancements. How do you utilize remote sensing and GIS and hydrologic modeling that you're all expert at and you will be expert at? And how you use these tools to improve eco-hydrological management. And then use that to inform the policy. That's a big need worldwide. The policy is rarely informed by the science. It is your responsibility, scientists, to help communicate your science in a way that it can inform the policy, and policy decisions are based on what science is telling us. What not gets the vote for the politicians. So on that happy note, questions? Three things I want you to know, right? Three hypotheses, really. Hydrology can be manipulated to control biology. That's number one. Number two, inverse of that, biology can be used to manipulate hydrology. And when you bring those two together in eco-hydrological concept, you can really develop sustainable solutions that are going to work over a long period of time. Don't forget that. When you go back and your advisor asks, what did you learn? Tell these three. Questions? Yeah.
What kind of a stream is it?
So it is a general conceptual representation of a river, right? It starts at the headwaters. Yeah. And headwaters does not need to be hilly. In most, many parts of the world where I live, in the US, the streams start in a landscape like this, which is flat. And then as it moves downstream, it starts with the first order stream, and then two first order streams make second order, and so on and so forth, and goes to fifth, sixth order streams when it becomes a really good sized river. That's the general conceptual depiction in that figure. Yeah. Beaver Dam is a natural example of how biology is controlling the hydrology. The whole reason beaver dams are constructed for two reasons, right? One, to protect the beavers, and other one, to get their food. And if you go and breach the beaver dam, they come back and they repair that. I don't know whether you have seen that or not. You have seen the videos only. I have seen that in real life. I mean, it's absolutely fascinating. Those are amazing engineers who really know how to construct a natural dam to hold water behind it. that is their refugia, that is their habitat, because they are safe in that deep water. Otherwise, they will get hungry. And then that creates a habitat where they get their food. So it's an excellent natural example where we humans are not controlling biology, but biology is controlling biology to control hydrology that helps them. Yeah.
Sir, our group is working on hydropower. So one news that this US people now broken the hydropower, some hydropower, some reservoirs. The salmon growth is not able to.
Because during spawning time, the salmon needs to move upstream, right, from salt water system to fresh water system. That's where they go and spawn. They lay their eggs. And because of the dams, it obstructs their movement. And so this is a big movement in US, but I think it's also gaining momentum worldwide to remove those small dams so that it can facilitate the movement of fish when they need to move upstream. What is that?
This comes under first hypothesis.
This comes under the first hypothesis that hydrology can be manipulated to impact biology. Yes. So you're starting to see now, right, the practical applications of how this works. That's great. Yeah.
Sir, in wetland restoration, we can say that reintroducing the native species. So it doesn't mean that artificial wetlands, creating artificial wetlands.
No, well, let me step back. I think I understand your question, but if I misunderstood your question, rephrase your question.
Reintroducing the native species is nothing but artificial wetlands, creating artificial wetlands.
That is true, but also you need to create the right hydrology for the native species to thrive. Right? Reed grass, for example, is not native. It's a very robust wetland vegetation. But if it is not native, then what reed grass will do is it will take over and eliminate the competition, just like any other invasive species comes, and it will take over the wetland. But it won't survive if the hydrology is not there. So as you're creating the wetlands, then if you're creating it with the native vegetation, the biodiversity will be more, right? And you will get more out of the processes that are happening.
Sir, in the third hypothesis, you said that we can integrate both hydrology and ecology together for sustainable development. What are the different factors we are considering in the ecology aspect?
So in ecology aspect, what different factors we are considering? So let's take the example of a wetland, right, that we are talking about. And looking at the hydroperiodicity, there is a term called hydroperiodicity. So in the daytime, the wetlands naturally shrink, and in the night time they swell, because of the groundwater recharge that is happening. They increase in their size. And in the daytime, because of the high evapotranspiration that is happening, it's really the evapotranspiration is at or near potential evapotranspiration, they shrink in the size. What happens in those fringe areas are the most interesting areas in that ecosystem, where in the night time it's going anaerobic and denitrification is happening. And in the daytime they go aerobic because the water has constricted. They go aerobic. And so the nitrification, denitrification process is at the maximum. And therefore if we think of them as the kidney of the nature, that kidney is working really at the healthiest state. And so that's how you bring that are there microbes and ecosystem present in a way that both denitrifying bacteria and nitrifying bacteria have the ecosystem to function at their optimal scale. And if the goal is to remove nitrogen, then you are removing all the time. Yeah. All right, folks. Thank you. Yeah.
In biogeochemical cycle, you told us if we are using one particular crop, like we are again and again growing the same crop, it will increase some kind of nutrients and other things, and deplete others. That increased nutrients will go to the streams and all that. And if we are doing like here we are using one crop and here we are using another crop, two different nutrients, and we are exploiting the land. If the water mix, will it?
I can't. You're asking a very complicated question, and I don't think I understand the question.
There are two crops.
There are two crops.
Yes, we have side by side in two lands.
Yeah.
We are growing one crop continuously, depleting the other nutrients and increasing one particular nutrient. And it is on slope. It will go to another land where that particular nutrient is depleted.
Yeah, so I mean, if you engineer a system like that, won't that be beautiful? But that rarely happens, right? When you are growing crop on a hill slope, and hill slope doesn't have to be like 45 degrees, it can be 2% slope or 5% slope. Usually the water that lives at the end of the slope, it's concentrated and it lives through small channels. It's not spreading over that field. And therefore what you are hypothesizing should happen would really not happen, because it is living as a concentrated small channel flow. In other cases, it may be getting into a small headwater stream from where it is living, and the other crop may be on the other side of it. It happens a lot in Midwest US, where you will see, as far as you can see, you will see the cornfields on one side, and once you have seen that, and you are driving on a road, and literally thousands of acres of cornfield on this side of the road, and thousands of acres of soybean field on this side of the road. But next year, you come and drive on the same day, and it will be opposite. Soybean and corn. And what that is doing, it's not a monoculture, they are alternative. Is soybean fixes nitrogen, and it provides that nitrogen for corn growth next year. So they have to apply less fertilizer. I mean, even though the net amount of fertilizer that is applied is way more than what corn needs, at least they are getting some credit from nitrogen fixation by soybean. But very rarely the runoff will come from cornfields and bring that to the, it just doesn't happen. Split cropping might be, yeah, but if it is truly a monoculture, year after year after year, the biggest problem of the monoculture is not the fertilizer or nutrient depletion or nutrient buildup. The biggest threat with the monoculture is the disease and pest performance. Because if there is an outbreak of a certain disease, it can wipe out the crop completely and can be very devastating. And that's why you do the mixed cropping, so that any pest does not take over a certain period of time. So that's one of the biggest reasons monoculture is not encouraged.
Thank you.
Okay, so there was a slight delay in getting the tea, right? So we'll wait for that and then we'll start. In the meantime, if you want to interact with Dr. Chabe, no, that's great.
I think it will take a while for tea break, so we'll start. So in this particular lecture, we'll discuss what all data we require to set up a SWAT model and how to prepare that data, essentially how to download the data. So we'll start with our catchment data. So in SWAT model, the first step is watershed delineation. And to delineate the watershed, we have a digital elevation or elevation based delineation. So for that, the first input that we require is a digital elevation model. And then we have land use and soil, which is another basic input for that goes into the SWAT model, because I think many of you will be aware SWAT will compute its all the watershed level processes at HRU level, which are hydrological response units, which are a combination of land use, soil and slope. Slope comes from elevation, that is from DEM, and LULC and soil will be the other two components that will make up for the HRU. So to obtain the HRU, we need these three basic inputs. And then to simulate the processes such as runoff or evapotranspiration, we need climate data, which is essentially rainfall, temperature, soil, solar radiation, relative humidity, wind speed, out of which generally we will have rainfall and temperature readily available, and the other data will be taken from the SWAT database. Apart from that, to set up a fundamental model, we will generally calibrate it with the discharge or the observed stream flow. So that is what is one output we will calibrate our model with because of its availability. Also because stream flow represents the kind of average whatever is happening in your watershed, we can get an idea with the stream flow. So since it is readily available and it is a good representation of what is happening in the watershed, observed discharge is another data that we need for the model calibration. And then other than that, to get a basic idea about whatever basin we are working in, what are the different features of let us say how many gate stations are there, what is the basic hydrology, and other information, we will use the basin reports. And shapefile is also required to have a rough estimate of the boundary of your basin. Although watershed delineation will give us the shapefile of our basin, but still to have a rough idea, because CWC has divided the entire India into 24 major basins. So those basin shapefile, nothing but a vector data or the boundary of your catchment, is what is required to have an idea about how your basin looks like. Or sometimes when we download the DEM, we will download it for a larger area, so to mask it out we will use that shapefile. So DEM, as we know, it is nothing but a raster or an image which contains information about the elevation. So raster is an image which has a pixel value, and that pixel value in case of DEM is elevation. So each pixel represents the elevation of that particular location. And it is useful in SWAT because this DEM will be helpful in telling us the catchment properties such as the slope and the length of the slope and the watershed area. Everything will be computed based on DEM. So as you know that based on the elevation difference in SWAT, we will compute the flow direction and the flow accumulation using the steepest direction in which your flow is going. So the first step is the slope computation that will come from DEM. And apart from that, the drainage network, uh, maybe tomorrow you will see that based on the threshold that we give to initiate the stream network, your entire processes will be depending on that threshold. So in a way, it also controls our hydrological variables. So in fact, a study by Chaube sir was conducted long back on to see that how the resolution of the DEM affects the processes. And it was found that in general for stream flow, it doesn't affect the resolution of the DEM, doesn't affect the runoff, but there are processes such as sediment computation, sediment yield that are affected by the resolution of the DEM. So here are the 4 common sources that you might have come across for DEM. One is the SRTM 30 meter DEM. The second one is Aster DEM 30 meter. All are openly available and globally available. So, and the third one is ELOS DEM, and the fourth one is Cartoset DEM by Bhuvan. So commonly SRTM DEM is used. So SRTM and Aster, they both come from NASA, but the only difference is in the extent of the location that they cover. So Aster covers a little bit more area as compared to SRTM in terms of the global extent that is covered. So I will just quickly show you how to download a tile for a location using SRTM. So essentially you need to create a USGS Earth Explorer account for it. Using your email ID you can create, and once you create that, it will take you to this kind of a page. Now already you will be knowing that on what basin you will work on. So roughly you navigate here and take it to your location. Let us say we want to delineate for an Indian basin which is located somewhere near Warangal. So here you can use the map and you can create a polygon. So just click on that and try to create a polygon. Rough idea you will have that this is the area which will cover your study area, and then like this it will show you the coordinates of your polygon. Then you can go to the data sets, and here you have a number of data sets which are available by USGS Earth Explorer. You can click on digital elevation, and there you will have the SRTM 30 meter DEM, 1 arc second global, that is nothing but 30 meter DEM. And then it will show you all the tiles that are, all the DEM tiles that are covered by your study area. So here we can see that only 2 DEM tiles are covering this smaller area. One is this and the other one is this. So like this you can download. Once you are logged in, it will allow you to download. In the same way, you can download Aster Dem. This is also available from Earth Data Search, and you just need to create your account. And here you can type for Aster Dem. Still, there is nothing like which is better than the other one. Mostly they perform similar, and you can also use literature to take support of which particular dem you are taking.
Okay, to supplement what Kashi is telling, when you have different dens, one of the things while delineating is there are errors in the dens. Basically, your dens will have inherent uncertainty. So what it does is when we say 30 meter, it's a 30-meter resolution. It is 30 meter by 30 meter. For that 30 meter, you are assigning one elevation point, which may be okay for a flat area, but when it goes to a little mountainous, 30 meter by 30 meter is largely different, right? So each dem has its own uncertainty as such. Now what you need to do is when you are trying to delineate within different dems, sometimes it may so happen that your delineation may not be correct. So if your delineation is not correct, then the area that for a particular watershed may not be appropriate. So if a particular dam is not giving you correct delineation, either you go and correct the dam using ground control points that do some allocations to them to correct it. Other aspect is you go and search for other dams which may be working. For example, SRTM dam will not work well in a coastal area. It just simply goes haywire. Aster is little better than SRTM in the coastal regions, but then there is no hard and fast rule that one dam will work at a particular location, another dam will work at a particular location, right? So it depends from case to case basis, and you need to see which one works. So you should have an idea of how much area is your watershed, where is it located. How do we get that? You want to get the exact information to locate a watershed. Anyone? What is the most accurate watershed area that you can get? From where do you get that? Topo sheets. Correct. Topo sheets. Topo sheets, you identify the ridge line to draw your watersheds from the topo sheet. But then may not be very accurate. You should always go back and check whatever the watershed boundary that you are getting, is it consistent with what is the available in the field. Okay?
So rightly pointed out by sir, it also depends on your purpose, and you can always cross check with the data that you have in the form of topo sheets. So like this, you can also download Aster Dem. Just need to type Aster, and it will give you all the products that have used Aster instrument. And Aster Global Digital Elevation Model version 3 is the latest one. So you can download the tiles, and later you can process them to get the digital elevation for your study area. Similarly, we can download Cartoset Dem from Bhuvan website. All you need to do is log in, and then sorry, this is not the interface for dem, but yeah, you can just click on this link and it will take you to the page where you can select the region and download the dem tiles. So here you can select land and terrain related products, and it will give you all the available versions of Cartoset dem. And this is how India is divided into different grids, and you can select your grid by using interactive drawing. Then just start, select, suppose this is the tile I want to select. And like this you will have your dem data in all the different versions which you can download. This is 10 meter, and the rest of them are for 30 meters. And Elos dem is also a fine resolution dem which is available at 12.5 meters resolution. Another source to download all this data is using Google Earth Engine, which I think some of you will be aware of. So all these products, not all but some, for example SRTM dem and NASA dem, they are available at Google Earth Engine datasets. So just you need to write one command to export that data, and you can give your study area shapefile, and it will directly give you the DEM for your entire study area, and you will avoid the steps of merging or pre-processing of the DEM, clipping of the DEM. Directly you can download, but you need to check that whether you are exporting the same data set which you want, because there are n number of data sets available for DEM itself. Next up we have LULC. LULC essentially tells us about the land use of a particular area. So for land use we have ISRI data 10 meters available. From NRSC Bhuvan we have open source 56 meter data available. And from MODIS, which is a global product, we have 500 meters resolution land use cover. So again it depends on what is your purpose, and also whether your study is large scale or small scale. So if you want to really include the processes which represent vegetation, or any other such fine resolution data is required, then you have to go for a sub level of land use. So to the right you can see this is the NRSC land use for a sub basin of Godavari, and here these are the classes that are available in this land use. So if you want to further go down what is there in the Kharif, whether what crops are available, then this land use is not the right land use for you. You have to further classify it. Even the ISRI 10 meter resolution will give you only the agricultural land. So it depends on what is the purpose of your modeling. If you are really not interested on the intermediate processes, you can go for any of these. Or else you have to reclassify them by using some ground data. The next product is soil. Again, for soil there are different sources, but one commonly used is FAO soil. So all the three I'll just show you. This land cover ISRI that is available from ISRI is available from 2017 onwards. So again, if your time period is back to 1980s or 90s, you cannot really use this. You have to either rely on, I think Bhuvan is also available from 2005 onwards. So either you have to classify the satellite images, maybe Landsat, because again Sentinel is not available after, before 2015 or 16. Or else you have the option of using coarse resolution DEM. For example, we have 100 meter resolution land cover, which is available at 1985, 95 and 2005. So many of the studies that are assessing the impact of land use, they are using those land cover maps. So the downloading part is very simple. You just need to go to this ISRI website, and here you have the option of downloading the data. It will take you to a page where the entire world is divided into different grids, and just click on that. So I'll just click on any of these and it will tell me, it will ask which year I want to download, and the LULC will be downloaded as a raster file with all with this particular year data. And what are the classes that are available, that also you can know from this website. So essentially ISRI has 9 LULC classes. So these are the classes that are there. Then for Bhuvan land use, we have 56 meter resolution data that is available to public openly. But I think we need to put a request and then they will send the data by email. So this is the land use by Bhuvan, and then maybe we can just put a request for whichever state or number of states we want, and they will provide. So again, this data set is only available from 5 to 2023, but it is only interested to those people who are working on how the changes are happening in the land use over time. For basic SWAT model, you can use a single year LULC preferably for the latest years, so that you can account for most of the processes. And then for FAO soil, you can download the shape file. So this is the digital map, soil map of the world with coarser scale, so you can just directly download the shape file in the history format and it will give you the data. So once your land use, soil and digital elevation map or digital elevation rasters are ready, so basically soil and LULC, sorry, DEM and LULC will be in the raster format that will be available and soil will be the vector. So you can process them to your study area and they are ready to use. Other data that we need is climate data, which is rainfall and temperature. These data are available in from the IMD portal. Rainfall is available from 1901 to I think 2023 or 24, and temperature is available from 1951. These data are available in the NetCDF format, which we can extract to our study area. So entire India is divided into a set of grid points. So there are particular latitude and longitude for which rainfall is available. We can extract the rainfall for our study area period. So we'll show you later that how we can extract it, but this is how the data is arranged, and you can download easily all these netcdf files and extract it for your study area. And this data is available at 0.25 by 0.25 degree, so essentially 27 kilometers resolution, and temperature is available at 1 degree resolution. Then talking about the observed discharge, so in India we have the discharge stations, the stream gauge discharge stations for every basin. Number of stations are available, and again it depends, but generally we will use at least 20 to 25 years of data for hydrological modeling purposes, and it is available from WRIS, which many a times don't work, but I will try. So this website is not working, but I think they have updated their portal. So here, but it is, I think they are still working on it. So let's say we want river discharge and then we want it with the hydrological boundaries, not the administrative boundary. And let us say I select Brahmani and Baitarni as the basin and the agency, and then I can select the tributary. So beforehand, if I know that where is my outlet located, I will put the river, and the agency will be CWC. And then I can put the start and end date. It will, so I think they are still working. It is available in this portal from 2014, but there are other sources to download. But essentially WRIS is the main platform from where we can download the observed discharge. Then basin reports, these are also important. As I mentioned, it will give you an idea about how many stations are there, where are the stations located, and the same kind of information will be available in water yearbook. So you will know that at that particular station whether data is available or not, and from which year it is available, what is the lat long of your outlet, because in SWAT while applying for watershed delineation you need to give the outlet of your basin. So that outlet lat long you can know from water yearbook. Then next is for the shape file, as I told that CWC has divided the India into major basins and sub-basins. We'll just go through this platform after a short tea break. So tea is ready. I think we can take a break. Okay, so as I was saying that apart from the time series data of discharge, sometimes we need some other information about the outlet station, so that you can get from the water year book. And for, let us say, for Godavari basin, we have the latest by 2017 and 18. So it is an edition, uh, yearly edition, and it is basin wise. So what they will give is the annual runoff at all the gauge stations that are present in your basin. So let us see for Godavari. Suppose before itself I will know that I am going to work in, let us say, Indravati basin. So I will just search Indravati, and then it will show that what all stations are present, gauge stations are present at Indravati basin. So let us say Patagudam is one of the main outlet at Indravati basin. So I need to know the lat long of Patagudam. So this is the terminal station. So we can see what is the drainage area of this particular station. So this is at the terminal. So entire drainage area of Patagudam should be roughly around 40,000 square kilometer. And in SWAT, suppose when you delineate and you get some higher area, some 60,000 or some absurd value, then you will have some reference to cross check. And then you can also get the correct latitude and longitude, because it is published by CWC, so at least we can have some confidence in these values. Also we will know, because sometimes the data is not available and we have to request, so we will know that the data at Patagudam station is available from 1964 for discharge, and this for sediment. In case you are going for sediment yield calibration also, then this is the place where you can get from what time to what time your data is available. And in case some people go for multi-site calibration, then let us say we have 10 outlets. So which is the outlet, or which are the 2-3 outlets where we have the data, this information we can get it from here. And annual runoff is also available. So this water year report is available at this particular link for all the major 22 basins. Next we have the CWC released shape files for all the 22 basins. I think earlier it was not available directly from CWC, but now they have updated their portal. So this is that portal for geospatial data. You can directly go to WRIS website and the pop-up will come for geospatial data. Here you can see all the different data that are available. For shapefile, it is a hydrological layer. So we will click on this and it will give me the basins as well as the subbasins. So again, this subbasin data, I think it was not available before, the shapefiles by CWC. So this is available. It is also a good way to cross check or to download your DEM tile, or to cross check whether your watershed that has come out after delineation is kind of matching with this or not. And then you have multiple data sets depending on your requirement, reservoirs, dam shape files, so that sometimes we are also interested in understanding how the reservoir will create an impact on our hydrological response. So where to place the reservoir, the shapefile will give you an idea about it. And then we also have administrative level data, so up to village level data openly available from this platform. So I think you can just explore this platform. And one important data that is available now is the command area data. So earlier we used to digitize the command area. So suppose someone is interested in land use classification and they want to know that what is the irrigated area in that region. So we had to digitize this from the WRI's website in QGIS or ArcGIS, but now that command area shapefiles are available to download. So here there is a option water resources project, in that we can download the command area. So project command area, so it will have in the attribute table, you can check. I have already downloaded it, so I will show you. In the attribute table you will know this is the command area falling under major irrigation project or medium or minor, what is the area of that, in which state it lies, and all the attributes related to that particular shapefile. So again, it is an important data set that is now available. Apart from it, sometimes we are not able to obtain time series data, and we may have to rely, maybe someone else has downloaded it, maybe we can take from them, but there are some papers which have this database. So one of this latest released papers is this particular paper by Nikunj, a research scholar from IIT Roorkee, and this dataset was available for US watersheds. Camel's India dataset. Basically, this dataset will have all the catchment attributes. So you can see this is the paper. So for the peninsular India, the peninsular basins that are there in the South India, there are 472 gauge stations. Again, this is a before this paper there was one other paper by Gopi, another I think research scholar, who has divided the entire Indian gauge stations into three categories. One is where we do not have adequate data, another one where we have some data but it is not reliable, and another category where we have adequate and reliable data. So out of this, 472 gauge stations were found that were having the data. So this particular paper gives us 41 years of data, again acquired from different sources that we download like WRIS or rainfall from IMD. You can just go through this paper. I think it will be useful for those of you who are going to download that data. So instead of downloading just from different sources, you can just take it from this paper, as it has mentioned the source also. For them, generally we take rainfall and temperature many a times as the independent variables. Now we can take some of the catchment properties also as the independent variables, because this data is a long term 41 years data. So I think this is also one useful source. So it is taking time to load, but anyways, they have released a document supporting that what all data are there and what are their sources. Okay, so next, as I mentioned that for rainfall data extraction, so rainfall is arranged or the temperature is arranged from IMD portal in a net CDF format. So it is nothing but a data format where the data is arranged like this array or a matrix, where two dimensions are latitude and longitude, and the third dimension is with the time. So you can think of this orange square matrix as one time step. Let us say today 3rd December 2024 you have the rainfall, and the next one you have at maybe 4th or 5th, because we have daily time series data, and all these locations are nothing but your latitude or longitude where you have the rainfall value. So once you download the data, you will have these three attributes. Suppose your study area lies in some, let's say India is divided into 400 or 500 grid points. So you can extract the grids which are falling into the study area and then extract the rainfall and temperature at those particular points. Sometimes the latitude and longitude which are available in the data are not matching with what you have. So in that case you can go for interpolation, maybe a linear interpolation you can do, and get the rainfall or the temperature value at your desired location. So this is essentially a simple step. All you need to do is see what all grid points are falling in the country, clip it with your study area shapefile, and for those points extract the rainfalls. If they are not available, because let us say rainfall is available at 0.25 and temperature is available at 0.1 degree. So the latitude of where you have the rainfall, you may not have temperature at that latitude. So in that case, you have to do a interpolation so that you have the rainfall and temperature both at the same location. So this can be done by using any programming, whichever you are comfortable with. So for tomorrow's session, the data will already be shared with you, but in case you have time and you want to just try it out, you can download one netcdf file and take up your study area and extract the data and see how it is coming up. Then next we will just see basic operations, which I think many of you will be aware of. So once we download the DEM tile or LULC raster or the soil shape file, how we import it, how we prepare this data to our study area so that we are ready to give to SWAT model is what we'll just see in few steps. So, so this is QGIS basic interface. It is open source. I think many of you might be aware of. You can download any latest stable version. It is openly available, and this is where you can you have the toolbar, and this is where you have the processing toolbox. So whatever uh, steps that you are going to perform, whatever processes that you are going to perform, you can just type it out, and if it is there in the QGIS, it will show you. This is where you can keep your data. So this gives you an access to your system files, and then this is the layer section, and where you whatever vector or raster data that you import will come here, and this is the interface. So let us say that I have my data here, and I can just keep that folder as the favorite so that I need not take it again and again. I can just add it as a favorite, so it should appear here. So let us say I have downloaded the DEM tile and it is stored like this. So I will just load it, or there is an alternate, you can go to layers and then add layer, and then depending on what is your data, whether it is vector, which is in the form of points, lines and polygon, or whether it is a raster, that is the geotiff file, you can add the raster layer and you can browse through the data folder that you have and you can load it. So it depends on, it is like finally you have to load the data to this interface. So let us say I have 4 tiles. These are the 4 DEM tiles that I have downloaded from SRTM by, I have just shown that how we can download. And then roughly I want to set up a SWAT model in one of the watersheds in Krishna basin, lower Krishna. So let me load my region of interest also. So this is the shape file of one of the watersheds. As you can see that it is falling across the 4 different DEM tiles. So I do not have a single DEM tile which covers my study area. So the first step that we have to do is we need to merge the DEM tiles. So I will take these 4 tiles and I will just type here merge. This is one option, or else you can go to raster, and here also you will get the same option merge. So you can load all your tiles and merge them. So now you can see a single tile which is merged. Now the second most step in SWAT is your DEM data or your LULC, everything has to come in single projection system. So you must be aware that to represent anything on earth we need to locate it, and that we do it in GIS with the help of a coordinate system. And we have two kinds of coordinate system. One is geographic coordinate system and the other one is projection or projected coordinate system. So GCS or the geographic coordinate system works in terms of latitude and longitude. So it is basically telling us where on earth anything is located in a way that it is on the globe. So it works in three-dimensional way, but projection coordinate system is when you want to project it to a linear system or a 2D system. So whenever you have to do some computation like calculating slope, area, you need to take that in a linear measurement. So that way PCS is important. You need to always project your rasters or shapefiles in a projected coordinate system. And for GCS, generally we have different models for Earth. Spheroid are there, and there are so many models of how Earth looks like. So WGS 94 is one of the most common GCS system that we use. So in that system, all the places on Earth are kind of accurately represented. Although there are individual systems also, like Australian WGS is there, not WGS, like Australian data models are there. For North America it is there, but we use WGS because it is most accurately representing all the places of Earth roughly. And for PCS we use UTM. So UTM divides the entire Earth into number of zones. So before we reproject our DEM to UTM zone, we need to know in which zone it lies. So for that we can download the UTM grid file and we can just overlay it to our DEM and find out to which zone our area belongs to. So this is what I am going to do. I will just overlay my UTM zone file. And then I will just label it to know to which zone it belongs to. So I will label it with zone. So you can see that 44 is the correct zone. So I think in India we have 42, 43, 44. I think entire India is covered in these zones. So within a zone, our representation of the earth in this particular zone will be accurate. If I give 43, some errors will come. I will misrepresent my information in projecting. So that is why we need to give the correct zone. Many a times our region is falling in two different zones or multiple zones. That time I think we can just see what is the majority of the area lying in which zone and then just reproject in that. So it is a simple process. Just go to properties, go to layer CRS and then set the coordinate reference system, and then you can search for 44N. So WGS UTM zone 44N, and then it will be reprojected. So now our DEM is reprojected. Like this we need to reproject our LULC as well as soil. So this is the basic step. And then about clipping. So let us say I got this merged tile and I have my region of interest also. So now I want to clip my DEM to this study area. We generally do not have to clip exactly to the boundary, because in that case we may do something wrong while delineation. So we generally keep a mask of, we keep some extra distance, some buffer of some kilometers, and then mask it out. Otherwise, if you give the entire DEM for pre-processing, it will unnecessarily it will take more computational resources of your system. So to avoid that, we'll just merge. But what I found is the better way to avoid this taking the tiles and then merging it is directly you take, if you are interested in SRTM, then better to take from Google Earth Engine. It will just directly give you. So you will type the clip option, clip the raster, because you are clipping DEM using a mask of your study area shapefile. So we'll give DEM as the input and we'll give the region of interest as the mask layer and run it. So you can see your DEM is clipped now. These are the background values which you can remove by assigning them to 0. So this is how you can clip. These are the 3 major steps that you will be following each time you set up the SWAT. You download the data. You need to download all the 3 datas, DEM, land use and soil, and then you need to check their projection system, and then you need to clip it sometimes to your boundary. And with respect to LULC, you need to make sure that you have the classes which are present in the SWAT database. So apart from that, there is only one thing, that is you have the gauge station many a times, because I showed you, now we have the gauge station shapefile also, but in case you have only lat long, then how do you import it in QGIS or ArcGIS and then make it as a shapefile? So let us say I have some lat long data, so I have rainfall grids. I will just show how to convert it into a shapefile. So we will add, whenever we have a CSV file, we will add it as a delimited text layer. Since we do not have a geometry and we want to assign a geometry to it, so this is the rainfall grids. It will be added as a point data, a vector data, where our x field will be the longitudes and a y field will be the latitude. And I also need to assign a CRS, coordinate reference system. So once I do that, it will be added as a point shapefile. Now easily all these shapefiles I can clip with this DEM to get only, I think, 4 to 5 points that are there in my falling in my study area, and then whatever rainfall data you have in the netcdf file, you just need to extract it for those 4 points. So this is how you will obtain it as a shapefile, and then you can export it and then just give it a name and your desired location. And then it will be now stored as a shape file. So I think these are the basic steps that you require to set up a SWAT model for the input data preparation. This is it, and if you have any doubts, you can ask. Okay, then I think we can close the session. Thank you. Tomorrow's session will start at 9:30, so you guys please be here in the Khurana Hall at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Also, since your hands-on session will be conducted in 2 batches, so I will share the batch list, and hands-on will be conducted in our computational lab, and the lectures will continue here. So afternoon every day from now onwards we will go to our computational lab to have the hands-on